Everybody, thank you for your patience for the delay of tonight's meeting. Welcome to the city of Fort Lauderdale this June 5th, 2023. We appreciate your being here. This is our last meeting before our summer break, so hopefully we will have a quick meeting and we'll all head to the beach. Anyway, for those of you who are here for the first time, we start our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have a moment of silence, and then we begin with presentations in which we recognize individuals, events, or groups of people that have accomplished things in our community. And tonight we have 4 presentations, and so let's get the show going. So if I may ask you all to please rise so we can join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated, and please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. We have a couple. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst.
Present.
Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sturman.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. We have a couple of agenda announcements. CR2, the staff is requesting that the item be removed from the agenda. And R2, staff again is requesting the item be removed from the agenda. We have one walk-on regarding the change of the meeting in August from August 15th to the 22nd. And also on PH1, Exhibit 6 was added to the Marine Advisory Board minutes. So, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman. Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes and the agenda have now been approved. Now, let us begin with the presentations. I'd like to first start with Commissioner Sturman, who has a proclamation regarding Parks and Recreation Month. Commissioner Sturman.
Go down there?
Yes, please. Is Caleb Gunter here? There he is. How are you, sir? Actually, stay down, if you can stay down there. Push that button. Yes.
Only my first mistake of the night.
Okay.
Here goes. Whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Fort Lauderdale. And whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And to emphasize this commitment, the city's Parks and Recreation Department has earned national accreditation from the Commission of Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. And whereas parks and recreation promote time spent in nature, such as the city's Circle of Life experience at Snyder Park, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by promoting space for popular sports in the city's youth sports development leagues, hiking trails for our walking groups, swimming pools for the swimming Fort Lauderdale teams, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. Whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activity, youth sports, and environmental education, such as out-of-school time programming like the city's Play After School and youth spring, summer, and winter break camps are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values and tourism, expansion of the local tax base, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of coastal communities, and the city is demonstrating equal friendly stewardship through our seaweed composting and sea turtle monitoring program. And whereas parks and recreation are essential for thriving communities, and recognizing this, the City of Fort Lauderdale voters overwhelmingly approved a parks bond that will allocate up to $200 million to make significant citywide investments in our park system. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas preserve the beauty of our community by providing more than 960 acres of beach and parkland as a place for children and adults to connect with nature and enjoy the outdoors. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclamate July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month, signed by our City Mayor, Dean Trantellis. Thank you very much. Little photo over here.
Caleb, do you want to say anything? You just want a picture?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. As the Chair of the Parks Advisory Board, I can only thank you all and agree with this proclamation. Our city's park system is so diverse, just as our city is so diverse, and yet it is so outreaching and wonderful for a city to have such a great park system for our residents, neighbors, and visitors to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your commitment and your involvement with the Parks and Rec Board. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. I now would like to invite Commissioner Glassman to the, oh, he's already there, okay, to present a proclamation regarding Flock Fest Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Please come to the podium, Kevin Clevenger, Ryan Young, Joe Patterson, and Gabriel Castro.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, a proclamation in recognition of the 9th anniversary of Flock Fest. Whereas Saturday, July 8th, 2023, marks the 9th anniversary of Flock Fest, an annual beach party that evolved into a nonprofit fundraising foundation. The event, themed Flamingo, will set the stage for all participants to flock together. And whereas Flock Fest started in 2014 as a small gathering with just 60 attendees and 30 floats, founder Stephen Crawford noticed a steady turnout and saw an opportunity to raise money for charities. In 2017, he shifted Flock Fest from a gathering of friends into a strategic fundraising effort. And whereas Flockfest began helping other nonprofits promote their events by co-hosting them, known as a charity that supports other charities, Flockfest actively supports organizations working to create social justice and equality. They have established partnerships with more than 55 international, national, and local businesses, and have raised over $100,000 for local nonprofits since 2017. Flockfest supports more than 18 local LGBTQ+ and ally institutions, including Julian's Fountain of Youth, Pride Fort Lauderdale, SunServe, the Renown Foundation, the Pride Center at Equality Park, Broward House, Floatorama, the Gay Men's Chorus of South Florida, the Wilton Collective, the Ujima Men's Collective, and the World AIDS Museum. And whereas Flockfest also supports the LGBTQ+ community by participating in local Pride events, including Pride Fort Lauderdale and the Wilton Manor Stonewall Pride Parade and Street Festival. Annually, over 100 flockers walk the parades dressed in Flockfest signature balloon wing backpacks. And whereas Flockfest has grown exponentially since 2014, more than 800 floats, 800 VIPs, and thousands of attendees are expected at this year's flagship event. Flockfest also expanded to organize weekly events and fundraisers benefiting the local LGBTQ+ population. And whereas Greater Fort Lauderdale is a leader in the LGBTQ+ tourism industry, attracting millions of visitors each year. Our area is also home to many LGBTQ+ owned businesses. And whereas the city enthusiastically welcomes Flockfest attendees to Fort Lauderdale, we applaud their fundraising efforts for the LGBTQ+ community and its allies. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim Saturday, July 8th, 2023, as Flockfest Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and encourage all to join us in supporting and celebrating the LGBTQ+ community. Dated this, the 5th day of July, 2023, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis.
Anybody want to say a few words? Thank you so much for honoring us. We are proud to have our event here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Mayor, you have been so instrumental in helping our LGBT community, as well as Mr. Glassman. We are very honored to be part of this, and we look forward to many more years of having our event on beautiful Fort Lauderdale Beach.
I
Now-
get to be a judge this year?
If you'd like. Now, if the turtles would let us, because there's 29 active nests when we only had 8 last year. So everybody wants to join us, even the turtles. Thank you.
How does a turtle look in a pink flamingo float? I can't figure that one out. Oh my God, what is that? You can't see it yet, but. Thank you, Kevin, Ryan, Joe, and Gabriel, and Mike Albetta. I see you're there too. Thank you for your commitment to our community. Commissioner Glassman, why don't you stay there? Excuse me, who will now present a proclamation regarding the Maccabi Games and Access Week in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Debbie, is it Maccabi or Maccabee? Maccabi, okay.
I
Thank
grew
you.
up saying Maccabee, but
Yeah,
it's
Maccabi.
It's Maccabi.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Well, this is the Maccabi.
This is Maccabi.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, I just wanted to make sure before I started reading. So this is from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, proclamation in recognition of the 2023 JCC Maccabi Games and Access, August 6th through 11th, 2023. Whereas the JCC Maccabi Games and Access, an Olympic-style sporting competition held each summer in North America, is the second largest organized sports program in the world for Jewish teenagers, bringing together Jewish teens for athletic, cultural, and social experiences rooted in pluralistic Jewish values. In 2022, the program was expanded to include athletes with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And whereas this multi-sport event will be held at venues across Fort Lauderdale and Broward County, bringing nearly 2,000 athletes from around the world to the area, along with 300 local athletes, 100 access athletes, 400 coaches, 1,500 volunteers, 600 visiting families, 400 local host families, and as many as 10,000 spectators. And whereas the JCC Maccabi Games and Access creates exceptional opportunities for teens to assume leadership roles and engage in meaningful charitable activities while providing inclusive and social opportunities. The event strengthens family and community relationships, showcases local tourist attractions, and creates community building opportunities with law enforcement agencies and local governments. Whereas JCC Cares is an integral part of the JCC Maccabi Games and Access experience, as this unique program allows the athletes to participate in various hands-on community service projects. JCC Cares incorporates the American concept of community service and is closely tied to the fundamental Jewish practice of tikkun olam, which means repairing the world, and obligates us to make a difference in the lives of those who may be less fortunate than ourselves. Whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale's involvement in the 2023 JCC Maccabi Games and Access will contribute to creating a lasting legacy throughout South Florida and making a meaningful difference in the lives of our children. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim the August 6th through 11th, 2023 as the JCC Maccabi Games and Access Week in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and dated this, the 5th day of July, 2023, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis. And Debbie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you.
Of course. Go right ahead.
And joining me tonight, too, is our David Posnack, JCC CEO, Scott Ehrlich, and our mascot. This is Maccabi Kid. I saw Mayor Trentalis as he walked in, and he said, "What is, who is here?" So this is our mascot. And I do want to thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, for your support. We greatly appreciate it. Mayor Glassman basically shared everything, but I just want to reiterate, we have 2,000 young athletes coming from not only this country, but around the world to compete in Olympic-style sporting events that week of August 6th to the 13th. And we will be housing these children. There's 1,700 that we're housing in individual homes throughout Broward County, and many of our Fort Lauderdale neighbors have stepped up to the plate in welcoming these kids and in helping out. They're participating in all types of Olympic-style sporting event. Opening ceremony is Monday, August 7th, and to the commission and to the entire community, we invite everybody to join us. We anticipate over 10,000 spectators. To the members of the commission, if you are available and would like to join us, please contact me and let me know, because I certainly will be happy to take care of your credentials. You can imagine an event like this has significant amounts of security, so everybody is cautiously credentialed and so forth. So I did want to add one other thing about the JCC Cares program, because this is one of the world's largest organized sports events that actually stops to give back to the community to help those less fortunate. So every athlete will be involved in an event that helps in the community. We have actually partnered with Children's Family Services, Children's Services Council, and we have been in the midst of collecting sneakers for youth who really have never had the opportunity to even have new sneakers. So we have had as our target, and we're just about there, 3,000 sneakers. If anyone wants to donate, we certainly have collection boxes at the JCC for people to donate, but they will be distributed to children throughout Broward County who are in need before the school year starts. And Scott, did you want to say a few words about the J?
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, I just want to mention, besides doing what we do at the JCC is located in Davie. We do have a campus in Fort Lauderdale, right across from Florinata, where we have 105 kids in our Bear Family Preschool. At the J, starting this year, we are going to be doing something for kids with cancer. So we're partnering with Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital to provide, during the winter break, 2 weeks of camp free to all those kids with cancer and their siblings. So we're very excited to be able to do that. And I just want to make sure the commission knows about it and can, you know, if we can reach out throughout the community. We're trying to find our kids very soon who can participate in this camp. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Scott. And we appreciate all the good work. And Debbie, former mayor of Cooper City, thank you for all the good work you do in our community. And to Madam, thank you. Welcome here. And everyone go to the Maccabi Games on August 7th. Jack Placateris in the house.
In the house, in the house. Good evening, Mayor Trentalis, Vice Mayor, and fellow commissioners.
My name is Jack Placateris. As the mayor has said, I am the vice chair of the Community Appearance Board. Our chairman, Cabot, could not be here today, but I am joined by fellow board members Saran and Miguel. I'd also like to recognize our city liaison, who is Anthea Thomas, and also Sophia Ali. Sophia has been involved with the board for many years and has provided an important bridge between our board and the mayor, as well as fellow commissioners. So we'd like to thank them both for the work that they've done for our board. I'm relatively new to the board, but not to the city. Throughout the last few years, Fort Lauderdale skyline has changed immensely. New retail stores, restaurants, residential properties have opened, and neighbors have beautified their homes and businesses with welcoming landscaping. We as a board want to recognize several properties submitted by the community for their commitment to keeping this city beautiful. So I'd like Miguel to join me up here to announce these winners, and we'll hand out the awards. Thank you, Mayor.
Great.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you guys so much. And so we're going to ask all the award winners to join us to the left as I call off your names. And unfortunately, due to our limitation on space, if possible, could we limit 1 to 2 representatives from each of the groups, as we want to recognize as many people as possible. Also, as we go on, these awards, we have a bunch of folks and members that we give a part of our time to become civically involved and participate in the community. And so we're always looking for others to join us. It's, in my opinion, I always consider we're the most fun board of the commission, because our job is to give out awards and say nice things always about everything in the city. So I think it's a great opportunity to participate even more and recognize your neighbors. So, all right, as we continue, let's start off with our first nominee, Lauderdale Yacht Club, which got under the category for commercial low-rise, 5 stories or less.
Someone here from Lauderdale Yacht Club.
And as you make your way down, you just join us on the left side, and you'll meet with Jack and Seren. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. Next, the Kimpton Shorebreak Hotel, commercial mid-rise, high-rise, 6 stories or more. Our next winner, L.A. Lee YMCA, Mitzel Community Center, under the institutional category. See some before and after pictures. That's awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. The Euclid, Eric Moeller and Lana Nagashina, multifamily residence, low-rise, 5 stories or less.
Where is this?
The neighborhood,
What street?
couldn't tell you. I don't have that right in front of me directly, but
Are they here?
yeah, hopefully they're here.
It's in Coley-Hammock?
Awesome.
This is multifamily? Interesting. Ah, you're right, yeah.
So as we make next, the next property, DK Las Olas LLC for 100 Las Olas under the multifamily residence, mid-rise, high-rise, 6 stories or more. As we continue on, we'll move on to the place we're at, the Parker under municipal facilities.
Yay!
Congratulations. Our next winner,
I forgot
Casa
what it used to look
Azul, Wallace and Danny Perkins, single family residence, 2,500 square feet or less. In the neighborhood of Cooley's Corner, Ashley and Lynn Proctor, single-family residence, 2,501 square feet or more. Finally, Ferrari, Fort Lauderdale, retail category. Our next winner, Wine Garden, Gregor Nilsen, restaurant category. As Wine Garden makes its way down, thank you. The next category, the next winner, the Maine Las Olas, Special Projects Mixed Use Development. Not sure if we have a representative for that. Okay. We'll move on from that location. Finally, our City Wow House of the Year, located in Lauderdale Isles, June Garen Whitney, Wow House of the Year winner. And last but definitely not least, Port Everglades Heron Garage mural under special projects.
Congratulations to all the winners. You've certainly made our community more attractive and more inviting. Do they get something?
Yes, they do. So what's handed out to all of the categories, and the last winner for the Heron Garage mural, also special projects, Broward County Arts. Public Arts is also a part of that part of the winners for that. So yes, currently they're all provided a plaque for their win, and eventually they will also be given a plaque to put on each one of the facilities as a bronze winner. Yep.
Well, let's give it up for everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know. It's about time it got itself pretty. Exactly. And the money.
And with that, thank you guys very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for your investment in our community. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. No problem. You're welcome. Congratulations. You're welcome. Congratulations. Wait. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you. No problem. Congratulations.
So let us begin with the rest of the agenda. So we have an opportunity now to look at all the consent agenda items. And at this time, I would ask any member of the City Commission if they would like to pull an item from the consent agenda. The purpose of that is to allow that item to be voted on and discussed separately. Otherwise, all the consent agenda items will be approved at once. If there's a consent agenda item that is not pulled, and there's a member of the community that would like to speak on it, please step forward, and we would allow you to speak before we vote on the rest of the items. So, Commissioner Commissioner Herbst? Vice Mayor?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, CM7.
CM7? Is that it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
And Commissioner Sturman?
I have three items. CM3, CR1, and CR3.
Okay. So, all right. And no one has No one has signed up to speak on any of the others except to answer questions, so let me just make sure. Okay. So except for CM7, CM3, CR1, and CR3, are there any other items for the consent agenda that wish to be pulled? There being none, do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda except for those 4 items?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and those consent agenda items are now approved. If you're here on any of those items, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Otherwise, you can also leave. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. CM7. Well, wait, let's start with CM3. I guess that comes first. Commissioner Sturman.
Oh, yeah. If, I don't know if Chris Cooper's here or city manager, it's a couple very quick questions, and I think we'll go ahead and approve it, but just some questions. First of all, this is coming up this is the one-year pilot. I guess it goes through the end of the year, December, and.
November.
Oh, through November, okay, so through November. And we're going to be taking a moment to look at it, whether it's successful, whether we want to continue. So I figured I'd pull this just for sake of discussion of the project as a whole. But a couple quick things. I think the application fee is what, about 10,000?
Thank you.
For an application, is that right?
It's based on the number of rooms that the establishment has.
Okay.
So there's a charge per room.
And is it a one and done, or is it a yearly fee?
So far, it's just 1 year.
Okay.
And we're going to bring information back before the commission before November to see if you all want to extend it.
Okay. And the quick question, I don't know if Police Chief could answer this, but have we seen any uptick in like drunken disorderly or any issues relating to alcohol on the beach?
Chief is coming right now.
You could just
His
say,
hand signal says nothing.
if the hand signal is no, you don't have to come all the way over here, but it's for those, for the record, any attorneys here, he said no. And, okay, so I think aside from that, and in your opinion, is it effective program? Your thoughts?
It does because it provides an experience for the visitors that is available in other cities. So we want to be a competitive city.
Okay. For this particular item, it's this particular location, so we could, if we want to vote, I have no other issues on this particular property.
So would you like to move the item?
Yes, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. CM7, Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, this is a question for the chief. Chief Lynn, if you have 2 seconds. I just want to know, when I review all these items that deal with the school resource officers, and I understand the importance of what these people do, but maybe you could just shed some light on why is it that we do not get full reimbursement from the school board for these positions? They have a large budget. The taxpayers approved all the bond issues for them, and I don't understand why we always have to make up the gap.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I think that's an excellent question, but that would be best addressed to the school board. We've made the same argument. We think the full cost should be paid by the school board, but it's not.
So, city manager or city attorney, do we just always just accept that it's okay, it's just matter of fact, or do we have any position? I certainly would never want to pull these very important people out of the position, but where do we stand? Do we have any kind of pull when it comes to getting full reimbursement for our costs for providing the service?
Unfortunately, it's a negotiation of the actual agreement, and it's, I guess, taking the position of not funding the officers of this kind of critical service.
Well, I think
forcing
part
their
of it,
hands.
there's a dispute as to what full reimbursement means. We have a certain number and they have a number. And we used to get half of what we're now getting. And now we've at least been able to negotiate more. But considering that we have a millage increase that was supposed to be there to reimburse us 100%,
Right.
I believe they other cities charge different amounts, and I believe that they consider this full reimbursement. That's my understanding. Is that not correct?
I'd like to ask Zoe Saunders to come up if she's in the audience, and she can explain more on how this came about.
And while we wait for that, Mayor, I can tell you this has been an issue going back
Yeah, I
for
know.
well over a decade. So there was a point in time where we received probably only about 20% reimbursement.
It was like
And several cities
55,000?
actually threatened not to provide SROs anymore, at which point the school board finally relented and agreed to get their funding up to the 50% level over a number of years. So, and all that obviously was pre-Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So the cities were more willing to step back from their obligation to provide SROs. And that was also predates the requirement under state law now that the school boards are responsible for security.
Okay, so.
John, before you move on.
Wait. So to that point, it's always been a point of contention between
Yes.
cities and the school board as to what full reimbursement meant.
Right.
And I believe in previous years, it was like 55,000 or something, like 56,000. And then because of the millage increase, they bumped it up to, what is it now, 111?
106.
106, okay. But we don't consider that full reimbursement, do we,
Right.
Chief? No. But they do, based on their calculus? Is that how it works?
Zoe, if
Zoe,
could
you want
explain.
to, Zoe,
The Police Chiefs Association was negotiating with the school board 6 months ago, so for the regular school year contracts. After a number of meetings, and a number of school board meetings where the association basically wasn't able to participate, the chiefs voted collectively for each city to negotiate their own contract individually with the school board. So frankly, what happens next from here, I don't know. At some point, we'll have to negotiate another contract again, and I believe the direction will be that we try to negotiate for what we perceive to be the full cost.
so this amount, this 106,000, is that consistent with what they pay other cities like Hollywood, Pompano, and all the other cities?
Presently, to the best of my knowledge, it is.
All right, thank you. Zoe, do you have any more information you can share with us is that everything that we've said has been consistent with what you understand it to be?
Yeah, I think it's been consistent. Zoe Saunders, Chief Education Officer. Just to kind of expand a bit, per state statute, the school board is required to have a safe school officer in every school. They're able to do that in 3 different ways. One is for them to establish their own police force. A second option would be for them to have a guardian at each school. And the third option is to contract with law enforcement. Some of our neighboring counties do have their own police force. Broward County Public Schools has opted to partner with local law enforcement to deliver that service. And as you've mentioned, historically, there has been the expectation that cities contribute significantly towards the cost of the SRO. Since the referendum was passed by the voters to increase the millage for the school board, there's been, I think, more increased negotiations that have occurred. Broward County Police Chiefs has really led that negotiation. We have closed the gap, as you've indicated this year, but it's still not fully reimbursing the cost of service for SROs. So the contract before you today is for the summer experience, which is a select group of schools for the SROs. Moving forward, the school board has voted to enter into a 3-year agreement with the municipalities. The rate that they have agreed on is that, I think it was, what you've mentioned, 106,000 per officer, and they're looking at that to be a flat rate for the subsequent 3 years.
So if we didn't do this, would they then put their own security people in the schools?
I can't speak to that, but I know
But they
if
are
we
by
don't.
statute required to do it, right?
But they are required to. So do we have, the chief may be able to speak to if we have officers in place, but if we don't have an active agreement, they won't be able to pay the city should we have SROs currently in those schools during the summer.
Okay.
Zoe, could I just ask you, the state legislation requiring the security, does it speak to costs or funding at all, or is that just not even part of the legislation?
I'm not clear on that. I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Do we know if those schools which are in the unincorporated areas, Broward Sheriff Office jurisdiction, how much does the sheriff pay for resource officers?
So the intent on the school board is to have an equal reimbursement rate, consistent reimbursement rate for all cities and for the sheriff's office.
So it should be consistent.
And
Okay.
the Broward Police Chiefs has really led in that negotiation to try to have a uniform rate across those law enforcement agencies.
Okay. I asked the question because I would think that the sheriff office is Broward, under the Broward County umbrella, so I was thinking maybe it was a different amount. That's why I asked the question.
No.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
A quick question. I know when my kids were growing up, I think at some point they had them in the elementaries, and then they only had them in high school and middle school. Does every school now, or high school, which schools are required to have them now? Every school, or just middle and high school?
So every school is required to have a safe school officer, but depending on the negotiations with the city, depends on which SROs are assigned. So in our city, some of our schools have a guardian as opposed to our police officers.
And do they like share the actual SRO officer among several schools, or just one assigned per school?
One assigned per school. I'll defer to you, Chief.
No, you're correct. We do not have SROs in all of our schools.
What's a guardian?
It's an employee that is hired and trained by the School Board of Broward County. They are armed, but they don't have the same training as a police officer.
So there's at least one guardian or an SRO officer in every school, or do we have schools that are falling through the cracks?
There's a safe school officer in every school. Our elementary schools have guardians, which are school board employees, and our middle and high schools have school resource officers, which are from our police department.
Does our SROs oversee the guardians or have a relationship with them?
Maybe a relationship, but we do not supervise them, we do not oversee their activities.
Go ask the question.
The guardians, you said they are employees with the Broward County, with the school board?
Yes.
Are they educators?
Are they teachers?
Are they teachers?
No, they're not
Okay.
teachers.
They're like security guards, and they have like radios and taser weapons, but no guns.
Well, the problem is that, in today's world, you have to be a sophisticated law enforcement individual with training to be able to anticipate the kind of situation that comes with an active shooter environment. And, just to be, a guard with a gun, it puts our children at risk. And I just feel that policy compromises the health and the welfare of children in our schools. So I don't understand that policy at all. I mean, we go through rigorous training, which is why it costs more than $106,000 per officer. And even that, we're not, in other states we've seen where that hasn't been really the answer either, where we haven't been able to fully secure the kind of protection that we expect. But I know our police department has rigorous training in this regard, and if we're allowing some of our school children to not be fully protected because of guards that just don't have the full training, I just question that policy. So in the negotiation, it would be great if we could put an SRO in all the schools and make that a demand rather than just accepting a guardian. I mean, are you is the commission of the same mind, or am I the only one thinking
No,
that?
no, of course, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, Chief.
So Mayor, the whole reason for the Guardian program was there's a lot of counties in the state that simply can't afford to hire.
Right.
So I think it's 40-plus counties in the state utilize guardians.
And that's fine
Yeah.
for them.
Yep.
But, we're not the other counties, and
Nope.
we raised our millage rate to pay for this stuff, and, people should get their money's worth, and certainly people have the expectations that their kids are going to be protected, and they're no less vulnerable in elementary schools than they are in high schools.
Agreed.
So,
No, I actually think that Broward School District needs to step up and do what Miami-Dade and Palm Beach counties have both done.
They have their
which
own
is have
police
their own
off-
police forces.
right.
That's really what we need to be dealing with here. Instead of having them transfer their responsibility to the individual municipalities throughout the county, the school board, which is the largest taxing district that we have, needs to step up and take over their state mandated responsibility.
I agree. All right, any further questions? Okay.
Mr.
thank
Mayor,
you.
just
Yes.
want to let you know, we can take your sentiment when we meet with the new superintendent, once he gets sworn in.
Was that walkthrough, Zoe, did you ever have that walkthrough, Bennett, on Monday? There was a walkthrough with the yet-to-be approved new superintendent at Bennett Elementary. Did that ever happen?
I was out of town. I just returned on
Yeah,
Monday, so
I
I
was
will
out of
follow
town,
up.
too.
It did not, because he didn't get
He
sworn
didn't
in.
get it sworn, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But we'll participate in that when that occurs, for sure.
Okay. All righty. You move the item.
Move the
Very
item.
good. Do I hear a second?
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right. So CM7, motion to approve and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and CM7 is approved. We'll go on to CR1. Commissioner Sturman.
Mr. Mayor, can I impose upon you to take CR3 first, because they're related, and it's easier to do it in that
Okay,
way.
CR3, resolution accepting a grant from Florida Department of Agriculture in the amount of $25,000.
I propose that this be voted down for several reasons, but the crux of it is that in the neighborhood Lauderdale Isles, I received a communication from the president. We spoke about this. This was never discussed in their neighborhood. There's a park in there, the Riverland Woods Park. There's things that they want to do there. Adding trees would not be in their master plan. It hasn't been discussed. It's something that we don't need. We do not want this at this point.
What exactly? We're accepting free money.
Yeah, but they're going to be redoing that. There's I don't want to get into detail, but there's a land acquisition that we're looking at that's going to affect it, and if they put trees, it might affect combining the two properties on and on. And well, the biggest thing that they never spoke to the neighborhood, and the neighborhood didn't have it. They're going ahead with this with no neighborhood input, and that's wrong.
So why don't we just defer it instead of voting
Which is
against
fine.
it?
Either one. I'd accept either one, deferred or vote down, but deferred is just as good.
Mr. City Manager, is that okay?
Yeah, sure. So I have Phil, who's prepared to speak on this item.
Is there a timing issue, or are we good?
Good evening. There is a timing issue, so we would have to tell the granting agency we're not able to accept the grant.
It's 25,000, but it could affect some of the things that they want to do if they do get the adjoining property and.
Well, if we accept the grant and not spend it, we can give it back, correct?
We can check with them, Mayor. I'm not for sure how they would feel about that, but we can look into that and see. Again, we were trying to take free trees, and we felt that the park needed additional trees, but I'm not privy to all the discussions that's going on with the other properties and how that's going to affect this piece of property, so I can't speak to that at this point.
Phil, could we substitute other locations?
At this point, we understand we cannot. We were granted this because of the park. The area is pretty desolate. It's right there along 95 and
I'm just thinking, so are the
441.
roundabouts on Bayview. They look pretty desolate too, and they're desperately in need of trees. And
Yeah,
I know we're budgeting money for that, but rather than spending our money, I'd certainly rather spend the federal government's money.
We can definitely ask. I just know that.
It's Florida Department.
Yeah, when this issue came up, from what I understood, this was time sensitive, and it was for the park that we made the request for because of the needs at that facility. But if this one's not going to go, at least we could at least try instead of just give it up altogether.
Well, I can tell you that Coral Ridge and Coral Ridge Country Club Estates would love to have some trees in those roundabouts.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Commissioner Sturman, that the neighbors don't want additional trees in their.
Nothing surprises me.
I have an actual.
It's in the park? It's right in Riverland Park?
Riverland Woods Park, yes,
It's right by 441 and at the western edge of their neighborhood over there.
Riverland Woods Park. But is it actually 75,000, 50 from them and 25 for us?
It's 25 from them, and then our 25 match is mainly in kind. We're going to actually plant the trees and do the mulching and things like that. So our match is in kind, and it's 25,000 from them to actually purchase the tree material.
Well, the bottom line is that the neighborhood wasn't consulted, and they do not want the trees. And to just put them there without talking to the neighborhood is wrong. That's not what we're about here, guys.
I agree, but
And-
I hate to give up money
Well,
that's
see if
sitting
we
on the
could
table.
accept the grant and not plant the trees. That's the best thing. And if not, then, no, that would, there's other things they want to do there. There's lighting, there's asphalt, there's, they want to reconfigure. So there's a lot of things there, and planting trees now will adversely affect some of the options that they have going
But
forward.
won't there be a master plan for where the trees will go and where your lighting will go? and
Well,
where
I don't know
everything
what's,
else will
I don't know
go?
what these trees are going to go.
Do you know more about the site plan of where the trees? I hate to just give up $25,000 for
Well,
trees in a
especially
park.
especially since city staff spent the time applying for the grant.
Is there anyone here from the neighborhood?
Can I recommend that we approve it and not spend it until we have the neighborhood input? I don't think there's going to be a demerit against
Could we
our.
approve it, and then if we don't spend it, we eventually have to give it back?
Yeah, well,
Okay, but not plant the trees until we get the
it's
neighborhood
time
input.
sensitive, so we have to act on it tonight. That's
So Mayor, I
yes.
think, let me maybe have a compromise here. Phil, when does the grant application have to go in?
It's already in.
It's
We
in?
we had to act on it, I believe, within 30 days of being awarded. And we were awarded a week or two ago, so we need to get back to them.
Okay.
To accept it. So we'd run out of time before the next meeting. So
Right.
what we can do, if the commission wants to, is go ahead and accept it, understanding we will get back with the neighborhood. And if we can't come to terms on what they want and don't want, then we would just tell the granting agency that we've changed our mind.
Okay, but I'll facilitate meeting with the neighborhood with you, if that's okay. I'd love to do that.
All right.
And I do thank you for the work on getting the grant, by the way. I don't want to be ungrateful. I do thank you for that.
Do we know how many trees we're talking about, Phil?
I do. And mainly it was along, so if you're familiar with the park or not, so it's right along 441, as the commissioner said. We have a lot of problems with cars parking there along, and it's, again, in my opinion, it's pretty, not many trees in the park. So the idea was to line along the roadway with the trees. If you go out there now, there's a whole bunch of no parking signs.
Right.
So we get rid of the no parking signs, we'd have a nice row of trees, look nice, and also restrict the people from parking in the grass and all over the place. So that was kind of the idea, and then there were some shade trees, some smaller shade trees that were going to be there as well, kind of intermittent in the area, up by the playground and things, and then there's the boat ramp that is actually there. This is one that we got with the county when we annexed that area. So again, we didn't realize it was going to be an issue with the neighborhood because we felt like that park needed some trees, but understanding if there's stuff going on with the property next door and all that kind of stuff, then maybe it would impact what they're looking to do there. So I have no problem getting back with the neighborhood to make sure they're comfortable with it.
Phil, thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Okay, so would someone like to move the item? This is CR3.
It's a resolution.
See, no.
Excuse me, it's a resolution. Okay. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduce. Any further questions? There being none, thank you, Phil. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, accepting a grant from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Florida Forest Service Division in the amount of $25,000 and authorizing the city manager to execute any and all agreements and documents necessary and incidental thereto and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and CR3 is approved. Now CR1, Commissioner Sturman.
Okay, CR1, item I goes to that same tree canopy, so that's the only reason why, that's two things
Okay.
there. But there's a second thing there too, so keep that in the back of your mind. If we do give the money back, it does affect
Okay.
item I. And item J, I just want to bring up a quick point. J, it deals with, I believe, the two left-hand lanes on 15th. The $100,000, we talked about this, Greg, that is just for design or that's for implementation of the two left-hand?
Design and construction, and Ben Rogers available to speak more on
Okay,
that.
if Ben wants to come, and there's two, there's one on the east side, on the south side, and one on the north side, and we spoke about this, Ben, but if you just want to clarify it for the public. Thank you.
Okay, Jackie Scott, you've signed up to speak. Where are you, Jackie? Oh, there you are. You want to come up? Do you have anything you want to add? Okay. Why? What did you call Ben up for?
Okay, a couple of, Ben, just to go over it, there's going to be two left-hand lanes on the south side turning left onto Las Olas and two left-hand lanes turning northbound onto Broward in the other direction, correct? And but the status of both of those two projects?
Yeah, so if I can break it down in two different initiatives. Right now, we are currently active on the intersection of 15th and Las Olas, which would be 2 left-hand turn lanes going southbound to eastbound. That project has already been designed. We went out to bid. We got construction bids back, and they've exceeded what our cost estimates were. So we are right now working on some annual contracts to see if we can find some better pricing and get that implemented. So that will be roadway improvements and some signalization changes. I'm going to say that we'll probably have to reject all of the bids, so we'll have to come back to the commission in August for that, and then thereafter we can proceed with the work if we get annual contracts lined up.
Now, for that piece, I'll go to the north end in a second. For that piece, it should be pretty simple because we own both of the roads, correct?
Yeah, it should be a pretty quick implementation.
And it's striping and things and timing signals, so it should be pretty quick.
Yeah, all the design and all the signalization efforts are already done, so it's just making it work.
Okay, and now on the north end, we do not own that road, so it's a little more complicated, correct?
Yep, so on the north end, what we're doing and what this action is doing is taking $100,000 that we had in this year's Transportation Mobility Operating budget, which we earmarked for the Las Olas Mobility Project. If you recall, for the commissioners that were on last year, we did an assessment. We talked about doing an assessment, and we earmarked some money in case we move forward with that. The commission strongly advised the staff not to move forward with that, so we have the $100,000. And so what we're doing is moving it from the operating budget to the capital budget, which will allow us to start the design efforts, which we think will take about 8 months to complete, and then therefore after do construction.
So the 100,000 is more for design, not for design and completion.
We'll see what our annual contracts come back for pricing for 15th and Las Olas, and we think that the cost in that area should be about the same. To your point about 15th and Broward, we are working with Broward County Traffic Engineering already. We've already run some auto turn and some modeling efforts to make sure there's enough right-of-way. All of the initial efforts show there are. We just got to go through the design phase to make it work.
No, you misunderstood. This, what we're voting on today is for the northern part, the part on Broward, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 100,000. The question is, that's not going to cover the, will that just design costs, or will that cover implementation also?
It should cover the design and some of the construction.
Okay.
I have a feeling that we'll probably need to use some additional capital funds to get the work done.
And while they're at it, I know everybody in this audience is going to agree. Could they take out that bump on 15th, making that right turn from Broward? I mean, nobody knows exactly what the heck that's for. You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. We'll take that into consideration during the design phase.
Well, I mean, we spoke about Las Olas mobility. If we're looking for options, this might be a very good option. We'll see how that goes. I look forward to getting this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jackie Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the Coley Hammock Homeowner Association, and we really appreciate this item moving forward. It's something we've been waiting for a long time. Believe it or not, these dual left-hand turns at both ends of 15th were proposed probably 4 or 5 years ago, and we're finally seeing, hopefully, this will happen soon. So thank you for your support, and thanks to Ben and Milos for the great job they've done working with the county on this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, would someone like to introduce it?
I'd like to
Okay.
introduce it.
It's been introduced. Any further questions? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida's fiscal year 2023 final on all funds budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023 as amended by appropriating and transferring funds as set forth in City Commission Agenda Memo 23-0341, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale final fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2027 community investment plan for the fiscal years beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2027 as amended by appropriating and transferring funds as set forth in the Commission Agenda Memo 23-0341 and providing for severability and an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. Moving on to the motions. Okay, M1, motion approving an event agreement and related road closures for the Mass District's events. Someone like to move that item?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further questions? There being none, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M1 is approved. M2, motion approving amendment to agreement to increase annual amounts for fireworks. I thought we already voted on this.
At last meeting, we discussed it, Mayor, and this
Okay.
is the formal vote.
Okay. It was great.
We can't go back in time, I know.
Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
No.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes.
I look forward to seeing those fireworks again.
M3, motion approving final ranking, negotiated fee schedule and agreement for general engineering aviation consulting services continuing contract. Someone like to move the item? Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Second? Second?
Yep.
Any questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that item is now approved.
Mayor, may I, if I may?
Yes, sir.
If we could kindly go back to the fireworks agreement. So we need to modify this. So we are approving something that already took place, which is not the appropriate mechanism. We need to ratify what already happened.
Mr. Spence, how do you want us to phrase that?
We can reopen this, right?
Yes, so we can,
You want to just do a
we can
new item?
do a motion to reconsider and then do a motion to,
Why don't we just do a motion to ratify the contract?
Well, I think, Mayor, we have to open up the one that we already approved. So I would make a motion to reconsider the item.
Okay. Is that your recommendation? Okay. All right, so the motion to reconsider M2, do I hear a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, so M2 is now being reconsidered. How would you like that phrased, Mr. Spence?
motion to ratify and approve an amendment to the agreement to increase the annual amount for fireworks.
For 2023.
I will move it as described.
Okay, do I hear a second?
City Attorney, so, Mr. Spence, that's going to also go for the renewals going forward for those 3 years as well?
Which renewals are you referring to?
There's 3 additional one-year renewal options. That's all part of it also?
Yeah, that's why it's a motion ratifying and approving amendments to.
Okay, so it's not just for 2023, it's for the 3 years. Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
I'm sorry, this is the vote, I'm sorry, I got cut.
This is the vote to approve, ratify
you.
and approve the item.
The answer is no. Vote is no.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and so M2 is now approved. Thank you, Commissioner Herbst, for pointing out that error. We are on M4, right? Motion approving revised agreement for the Bayview, Hort, and Riverside Parks improvements.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So the item has been moved and seconded. Any questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M4 is approved. M5, motion approving an agreement for the Osceola Creek Restoration Project. $6,186,100. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. M6, this is a motion approving the First Amendment to the lease agreement between One East Broward Owner LLC and the City of Fort Lauderdale in substantially the form provided.
So there are 2 amendments that we'd like to make to this agreement.
Okay.
One is removing from rider BLI, the subsection 8 with reference to unassigned parking fee. We are removing the 9 unassigned parking spaces for that fee.
Oh, so those aren't being charged to us then?
They will not be charged to us.
Okay.
And I believe, Angela Solomon, do you have, I believe I had an email with regards to removal of some provision? In front of the microphone.
Where it says press here. Angela Salmon, City Manager's Office. In regards to the parking, as I read it, it's an option. It's not something that we're charged for or that we have to. We're charged for it if we use it, right?
That's taken care of with this amendment, but I
Okay.
believe there was another email with regards.
Yes, I recently received an email from Colliers in regards to, there was language in the First Amendment for a sublease. The building owner is asking that that language be removed because that'll be a separate agreement with West Marine if we do that option.
So what exactly is that? I'm not understanding that.
So Lynn Solomon, Assistant City Attorney. So there was language in there that said he agreed to cooperate with us on negotiating the new West Marine lease. He wants us to take that language out. I have no objection.
Who is he?
The owner of
the owner.
the
Okay.
owner of the building.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's asking us, there was language that said that he would cooperate with us on negotiating the West Marine sublease, and he put some conditions on there. Apparently, West Marine has some naming rights. He wanted to take that back. I guess we don't want our name on the building, and there were a few other things like that, but.
City Hall.
I think it would look
Everybody
pretty-
needs to know where we are.
Exactly.
So again, I don't think it's a
It's not
deal breaker.
Okay. Does it impact us negatively in any way?
So the language in there had a commercially reasonable standard in it. And that's what we were asking him to be, commercially reasonable in his new negotiations. By taking that language out, he's basically saying, I don't have to adhere to a commercially reasonable standard. Again, it's a matter of negotiation. Legal doesn't have an objection to it.
So he's not going to obstruct our efforts to sublease.
So he's the owner?
So, wait a minute. By operation of law, he cannot unreasonably deny the assignment, correct?
So, Your Honor, Mayor, I have not reviewed the existing sublease, so I cannot speak to that issue.
Well, just as a lawyer, as commercial leases, even though it sometimes says in commercial leases that the landlord has the full authority and right to deny the assignment, by operation of law, the law does not permit that. It requires there to be, it can't be unreasonably withheld. Isn't that correct?
So, Mayor, the way I interpret this, if I say you have to, cannot unreasonably withhold, deny, or condition, that to me is a commercially reasonable standard. Every contract has an implied good faith. So but without reviewing the existing West Marine lease, I can't say whether or not there is a prohibition on assignment, and I can't say what kind of approval rights the owner has. When you see language like, in my sole discretion, in my opinion, that does not hold them to a commercially reasonable standard. It sometimes means that they may make what I don't consider rational decisions, but he is asking for the language to be removed. Again, legal does not have an objection.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions of Lynn Solomon? All right. Mr. Gross has signed up to speak again, along with Ken Krasnow. Mr. Gross, are you still here? He is not here. Oh, he's here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to reappear again. I'm waiting for David to put up the information. While he's doing that, I haven't seen I am familiar with leases, and the landlord has the right in most leases.
Well, I don't think we can take your opinion as a legal opinion, so
okay.
Don't put yourself out like that.
I'm not intending to do that. I'm talking from my personal experience as a landlord.
You know better, right? I agree with you.
I do know what most leases have in there.
Right.
The landlord does have the right to approve a sublease.
Are you good?
Thank you. So I'd like to address a couple of the open issues that were raised during the earlier meeting today. The first one being that our property is full. It's not up on the screen.
No.
There we go. Thank you. Our property is 100% occupied. The reason why we have 73,000 square feet that's available is because Kaplan is willing to release that 73,000 square feet on floors 1 through 3 for us to be able to use it for the city. So while I respect Mr. Ladd's opinion, we're not here because we have a vacant building. We're here because we believe that this is the best interest for the city. So there were several open matters that needed to be resolved concerning the 1 East Broward lease. These included the following. I'm sorry, it skipped. These included the following: operating expenses, fit-up costs, data center operations, IT, and resiliency at 1 East Broward. The operating expenses, this is the excerpt from the lease. Okay, this is Section 3, and if you read Section 3 of the lease, there is no cap on operating expenses. So with that said, we have calculated the actual savings at $2,803,000 if you're just talking about Suite 444 and floors 1 through 4. So here's the breakdown. If you see there's $2,266,254 saved through floors 1 through 4, and on Suite 444, there's $537,000 saved. Here's the flexibility. We were offering 47,000 square feet, 51,000 square feet, 60,000 square feet, and 73,000 square feet. These are the alternatives that were available for the flexibility that was asked about previously.
Mr. Gross, is that in your handout that you gave to us this afternoon?
This is addressing the questions that were asked.
Is this in? Is this in the handout that you gave to us this afternoon?
Some of it, yes. So, what we were going to do is that we're willing to comply with the lease that exists at 1 East Broward, and we're willing to be able to adjust that for our best and final offer that was presented on June 23rd. Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Krasno, you've signed up to speak?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Ken Krasnow from Colliers. Yes, I was really here to answer any questions, but just to go over some of the points that were raised from earlier today and in the presentation. When we're talking about the direct space that's on the amendment tonight, we're talking about the 4th floor and the existing 16th floor for the city attorney. So that is roughly 16,178 square feet. Comparing the building that you've heard so much about to the 16,178 square feet, over the 3-year term, the difference is approximately $400,000 total. I just want to make sure.
So let me ask you this question about the CAM.
Yes. So with regards to the CAM, we have been, I think, a tenant in the building for the last 5 years. The lease was coming up for renewal. Operating expenses over the last 5 years have increased approximately 2% per year.
But how about in the last 2
The
years?
2%.
Even the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. Now we were told by Mr. Gross that, he puts a cap of 3%, but then he later confessed that only refers to administrative costs and secretarial costs and things like that. It doesn't relate to taxes, doesn't relate to insurance, it doesn't relate, and that's the same thing here too, correct? So those are really the major expenses, are they not?
They are.
When it comes to CAM. Okay. It's not just broom sweeping the space. It's
So again, because we've been a tenant in the building and we've received the operating expenses for the last 5 years, they've been 2% per year.
okay.
So the item again before you is for the 16,000 square feet. When he's looking at the $3 million or whatever that number was, that included all of the West Marine space. We're not even talking about the West Marine space. We're talking about the 4th floor and the 16th floor. 16,000 square feet. If you compare apples to apples over a 3-year term, the 4th floor that you've seen, the office space that's built out, ready for the commission, staff, city manager, et cetera, is roughly $400,000 difference.
So that's so Commissioner Herbst, it's
Yes.
not inconsistent with what you were requesting. You were just saying, let's put that staff downtown, and
Right.
then we'll deal with. We can bifurcate the issue.
Exactly, Mayor. That's been my comment all along. And I think one of the things we think about this, so the 4th floor is intended for the city commission.
Okay.
So I don't think there's any disagreement on that. 4th floor
Okay.
and maybe the ground floor lobby as a potential,
Right. Because I don't think the other
chambers.
space has.
Right.
something.
No, and I wouldn't expect everybody to drive up to West Cyprus for a commission meeting. So I don't think there's any disagreement
Including
there. True. Now, for me, on the other hand, it's a 5-minute
Yeah,
drive,
right.
so I rather like it, but I understand that not everybody lives up on Commercial. So that's okay. But I think part of the reason we're having this discussion, Ken, is if we were to take that space up on West Cyprus, we might want the 4th floor for the commission, but we may not need the 16th floor. So I think you can't look at these in isolation. This is a connected issue, if you will. The 16th floor may not be necessary if we've got upwards of 75,000 square feet on West Cyprus. So I think that's part of the discussion and why that needs to be looked at in its totality and not in isolation. The other part, though, with reference to what our increases have been over the last couple of years, I would also remind you that inflation, CPI, over that same period was averaging less than 1% up until last year. So I don't think we're going to see that same 2% increases going forward. That's inconsistent with where CPI is right now. So it's a lagging number. So again, when we're in when we're in a CPI environment of 0 to 1%, I would expect that. But I don't think that's going to be reflective of what we're going to see in the next 5 years.
Except that, again, comparing apples to apples, as Mr. Gross admitted, that it doesn't really, the cap that he's recommending doesn't really cap taxes, insurance, and the big ticket items in the CAM.
No, it doesn't.
Right. So
Right. It's as we said, and that's why I wanted to get him on the record with that as well. It's really the controllable expenses, and I think a big part of that is not just salaries, Mayor. It's also repair and maintenance and so forth on the buildings.
Right,
So that's a significant component of the controllables. Obviously, I don't think any landlord is going to go out and guarantee taxes and insurance. They can't control
especially
it.
in this climate.
Exactly. No, and even though we've been fiscally responsible and held our millage rate flat for 17 years, when the property appraiser comes along and does a valuation of the buildings, irrespective of where our millage rate is, the total property tax is going to go up for commercial properties. So, because they can go up a maximum of 10%, unlike our homesteaded properties.
Right.
So obviously they're going to be exposed to the increasing values and the pass-through basically that creates for taxes. And we all know there's an insurance crisis in Florida, so, there's nobody that's going to go ahead and guarantee what insurance costs are going to look like. But I do think on the controllable costs, having a cap of 3% is actually fairly good, because I wouldn't be surprised, again, we've seen inflation run from 9% earlier this year to, roughly about 5% right now, and the Federal Reserve is fairly convinced that that's not coming down anytime soon. So just we put that out there.
Okay, Greg?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to bring to your attention, because, we've been talking for various meetings right now, trying to get the configuration that you all want. And if we look at Mr. Gross's proposal on page 3, I'm going to ask IT if they can put slide 3 of Mr. Gross's proposal. He provides 4 different space options, with the minimal amount being 47,000 square feet. If we're looking at 47,000 square feet, and we look at, for example, what we have today with Tower 101 and East Broward having 22,000 square feet, plus the additional that we're getting with 16,000 square feet, we're going to go way into, we're basically looking at, if we take any of these offers of the, slide 3, please, the one that shows the table, keep going. Keep going. That one. If we're looking at 47,000 square feet being the minimal of 1550 Cypress Creek Road, we're looking at putting a bulk of city operations over there, thus maybe just using the 16th floor for city operations for you all. I'm just mentioning this because this right here does, by going in this path, just any of these options, it would require a very, very minimal amount of space at the 1 East Broward.
Because you're saying Cypress Creek requires a minimum of 47,000.
47,000.
And we're not even looking for that amount of space.
No, we're not. And so I'm doing some calculations right here, and I'm looking at us with the new space around 55,000 square feet. That is 101, 1 East Broward floors 4 and 16, plus the first and second floor of West Marine.
I see. But right now, it's just an additional 22,895. 22,895 for, and keeping 101, that includes 101. So
right, so if you look at this table on the left side, 22,895,
right,
that's the 16th floor.
Right.
Right, that is, Tower 101 is where we're at today.
Correct.
Right, and we're adding right now today, Ken, how much are we adding today with the 4th floor?
The 4th floor is 12,603.
12,000. So if we add 22 plus 12, that's, we're at
38, 39.
No, 22 plus 12 is
34.
34. 34. And how much is floors 1 and 2?
West Marine.
Yeah.
Floors 1 and 2, 32,000.
32,000. So if we do 34,000 plus 32,000, we're looking at around 66,000 square feet.
But that includes chamber. That includes
the
chamber is a huge chunk of that.
Correct. So I just wanted to bring that up, that if you take the minimal, if the commission decides that this is not the best option and looks at 1515 Cypress Creek Road, we're looking at putting a bulk of operations over there, or we're getting space but maybe not have as much use.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, no one else has signed up to speak. Does anyone have any questions with regard to this? Are we all here? Okay. All right, would someone like to make a motion on M6?
Move to approve. As amended?
Yes. Yeah, as amended. Do I hear a second? It's been seconded?
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
No.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M6 is now approved. Thank you, everybody. M7, motion rejecting all proposals for advanced metering infrastructure implementation, request for proposals. No one has signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions with regard to this?
Mayor, I do have a couple of questions about
Go
this.
ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I would ask the city manager this question. This process for this issue, and we did talk about that in our pre-agenda, was a little convoluted, but my question is this: will there be a brand-new selection committee on this?
With that, yes.
And also, I had a lot of back and forth coming at me about including pricing in the initial evaluation. How will pricing be handled? And I wanted to just be really clear
I
on
mean,
that.
whether pricing should be included as whether or not you were eligible for the
Yes, and also in the initial evaluation, I want to know where exactly will pricing stand on this?
So what we're going to do is we're going to write all the RFP specifications about evaluating, and we're going to be using the pricing consistently, and we're going to make sure that we follow what it is specified on the RFP.
So will pricing be part of the initial evaluation, or will it be evaluated separately?
Absolutely, it will be part of the initial.
So my question is this: when we go through this, and I understand all the reasons, and I'm supportive of the motion, but we have to make sure that when this goes back out on the street, it's the latest technology. We're very clear in terms of how many. I mean, I don't understand why we think we need the 55,000 units versus the 4,000 units originally. I just want to make sure that we know what we want, because it seemed like this process for this particular issue was all over the place, and things just kept changing, and it's really not fair to anybody that bids. But I just want to make sure that we're a little bit more airtight when this goes back out on the street.
Absolutely. So staff did have many lessons learned, and we are going to be clear and consistent throughout the entire process.
Okay, and will we decide whether we need that many units for every single person that has a meter to check, or can we figure out if we maybe do need less?
We certainly will make sure that we justify that.
Yes.
I'll tell you that looking at it from an accountability perspective, we can be more accurate with the remote turn on and
Yeah, don't we want one for
turn
every
off.
house? Don't we want a meter in every house?
For residentials.
I'm not saying
Yes.
we do or we don't, but I'm just saying that, originally we were asking for 4,000, then we bumped it up to 55,000. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, let's just figure out what we want.
Correct. And we want to make sure that we're, again, from the very beginning, clear with that count. And that does impact the pricing.
Yes.
Because of the scale and how the more that you purchase, perhaps the lower you can get the price per unit.
Okay, thank you.
For clarity, every house will receive
I think every house should have one, don't you?
how would we do it without?
They would still have to have people reading the meters.
So we could look at, well, we will be able to have remote reading.
With this new device.
That was part of this, but there's a new technology that allows us to control the turn on and turn off.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Right.
So we can, for instance, if needed, if someone has paid their bill, instantaneously turn it back on.
All right, but the point is, we want accurate readings, and
Yes.
that has always been the problem. Remember when Commissioner Moritas was having to deal with this? It was.
And we're still dealing with it up there,
I
Mayor.
know.
Nothing's
Well,
changed.
Yeah, but it's really everywhere, and I just think we need to accelerate the process as best we can, because this should have been done years ago, 10 years ago. So we appreciate the work you're doing, but as to the commissioner's point, let's decide what we need. Let's get a needs assessment ASAP. I mean, 55,000 is a whole lot different than 5,000. So we really need to move forward on this, because I feel bad for everyone in the community. Because I had mine spike once, $1,200 for water. It's just unfair. So let's try to move this thing forward. All right, someone like to move the item?
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, M7 is approved. M8, motion approving an agreement for Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport Runway 31 bypass and taxiway golf pavement rehabilitation with weekly asphalt paving. Any questions? If none, someone like to move the item?
Question,
Yes, ma'am.
how many linear feet is being paved?
Rufus, can you
Rufus.
provide that information?
What was your question again?
How many linear feet
How
is
many linear
actually being paved?
Like a reading?
You know, in the future, it would be nice if people like sat closer
Instead of in the back row?
instead of in the back row. I mean,
That's right. This is like in school. You want to run away?
just way up in the rafters. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Rufus James, Executive Airport. I don't have the exact number on linear feet, but these are two projects. One is for our Centerfield run-up area, and the other is a bypass taxiway. So in total length, if I had to take a guess at it right now, we'd probably be looking at about maybe 1,000 linear feet of asphalt that's being laid out.
I'm trying to do some math, okay, but you answered my question, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Any further questions?
So Rufus, this is not the runway expansion that we're talking about, right?
No.
Okay.
So we currently have a Centerfield run-up area that's capable of handling one aircraft at a time.
Right.
Typically, when aircraft come out of maintenance, they go to the Centerfield run-up area to have an engine check done or systems check. Obviously, with the number of maintenance operators we have on the airfield, it has become inefficient in cases where they have to wait for one entity to finish up. With the new Centerfield run-up area, we're going to be able to accommodate at least 3 aircraft in there to perform maintenance after they come out of the shop.
When's the other planned expansion intended for?
We are looking at 2026, and that process is going to entail having to do a environmental assessment, which is what we're working with right now with the FAA to get that completed, and that should take about 12 months. Once that EA is completed, I hope it comes back as not having a significant impact. And once the FAA agrees with that, then it's programming the funding that they will provide up to 90% of the cost for that project and get that programmed. And then again, hopefully by 2026, they'll have that grant money ready.
Okay, so just one of the things I want to bring to the commission's attention is that we're going to be extending this runway, and it's going to have a significant impact on the residential neighborhoods that are to the west of the airport. So one of the things you may
Is that
recall,
our city? No, just kidding.
It still is, yeah. Shockingly, Twin Lakes is still our city. Lofts of Palm Air is still
What
in
does
our
the
city.
mayor of Tamarack have to say about this?
or Pompano, right? But one of the things that I want to just get on everybody's radar screen right now, no pun intended, is that when Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport extended their runways, one of the things they did to help mitigate the impact on the neighborhood was went in and replaced the windows in those houses so that it reduced the impact of the sound. So as we move forward with this and we start intruding further into the neighborhoods, I just want everybody to start thinking in terms of how we can reduce the impact of this and mitigate the negative sounds that are going to be infiltrating into their houses. As somebody who used to live on the flight path of LaGuardia Airport, I can tell you every 30 seconds over my house, shakes the windows.
Well, you might have orange trees. We could use that as a buffer.
Well, first I want them in my roundabouts, but if I can't have that, I'd put them out there by the airport, absolutely.
Oh, a nice buffer.
I'd just like to add that Commissioner Herbst, actually there isn't a impact to the residents to the west. What I can share with you from a standpoint of aircraft noise, in 2015, the FAA did a ban on Stage 2 aircraft, which are the noisier aircraft that you probably experienced while at LaGuardia.
Yeah.
So we no longer have to deal with those. And on any given day when a Stage 2 aircraft would take off, we're talking about as much as 80 decibels. Today, the average jet aircraft that departs from FXC is maybe 60 decibels on takeoff. We do have some 80 decibel readings with a stage, what I call 2.5. It has a hush kit on it, and occasionally we'll get up to 80 decibels.
Right.
But that's typically to the east, residents to the east that experience that 80 decibel type of reading. But when you look at the noise contours, basically all of that noise stays on the airport. Now, if we were to take the approach like what FLL did, that is even a longer process to go through to be able to provide that type of support to the residents by insulating their homes and putting in impact windows and so forth. But I can assure you that with this runway extension, it won't have that type of noise impact on the residents.
No,
And that
problem
was
is I get complaints all the
Yes.
time now as it is.
Yes.
And so I can't see how it's going to improve.
So I can tell you that the noise concerns that we're getting now from those residents are when we're having westerly departures. This past season has been unseasonably wacky, I would say. Typically, our runway departures are to the east. Lately, with the weather pattern, we've had early morning departures to the west, and that's affecting those folks because normally they don't experience that type of aircraft operation.
Right.
So the hope is that we're dealing with one of those seasons that's not typical, and in the future, when things do get back to normal, it'll be just the average day of traffic departing to the east.
So Rufus, I'm going to share with you one of my favorite quotes. I didn't invent this, but I like it. So, ready?
Yes.
Hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. So I'm not going to hope that the weather turns around. That's not a strategy. The strategy should be, let's reduce the impact on the residents, and then we can hope that they don't have to experience any problems. So let's think about this as we go forward. Thank you.
All right, not a problem. Thank you.
Any further questions regarding this item? There being none, would someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M8 is approved. M9, motion approving a comprehensive agreement with the Las Olas Parking Solutions LLC for the development, operation, and maintenance of a multi-use structure with public parking, a fire rescue EMS substation, and retail at the southeast corner of Southeast 2nd Court and Southeast 8th Avenue. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
And anyone have any questions?
Just a beautiful garage. Thank you for this.
Well, could I,
You can talk.
no, I'd just like to have, just to go over with for the public. I've seen a few presentations, so the public has an idea what's, Charlie or
Well, I don't know, are you
Robert.
prepared to make a presentation tonight? I don't know if
I'll
there's...
just ask a couple of quick questions, and that'll be
Okay.
it. So when we vote on it, and if Ben wants to come by too, I believe you've presented this to us. The amount of money that we're making per month on the parking lot right now.
I'll let Ben speak to that. Robert Lockery on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Robert.
I believe it's the 30,000?
The current parking lot right now, which is a surface parking lot, which is over 100 spaces, makes about $700,000 per year.
So 60,000 a month. Now, Robert, we're going to be getting that exact amount, about 60,000 a month, correct?
I can answer that.
Right.
So in current revenue, yes, 700,000 minus $200,000 a year on operating expense. So there's about a net of 500,000. This proposed agreement that you're going to vote on tonight has a guaranteed subsequent base rent payment of $60,000 per month or $720,000 per year. And that is after construction. During construction, it's $30,000 per month.
Okay. So right off the bat, we're not losing a dime. And good revenue. Number two, spaces. How many spaces from how many to how many is it going to go up to?
So it's going to triple.
From 100 to 300.
Correct.
Now we get a fire station for what, $1 a year?
So we have to negotiate the sublease for the fire ambulance station outside of this, but yes, the intent right now is $1 per year.
And plus potential for more income from profit.
Yeah, there's a profit sharing mechanism in the for the retail space that the city would privy to. There's a a series of deductions that come from the gross revenue that would get paid out, and then the remaining balance of that would get split 50/50 between the private party and the city.
Well, from my perspective, we sorely need that EMS station for downtown. And number two, parking 300 more cars, I mean, from 100 to 300 for $1 a year, no loss of revenue. I think it's a win-win. I think it's a great project. I thank the developers for bringing it forward, and I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Now, when you say fire station, there's not going to be any fire trucks
No,
there.
EMS only, EMS.
Right.
Correct,
Okay.
EMS only. But it'll be able to service downtown, right.
Right. I just don't want people to get think that there's going to be a fire truck.
It'll actually serve all the way, probably east on Las Olas as well. I mean, all the way towards the.
Correct. The majority of calls are EMS anyway, so it's going to take a huge burden off the rest of the city.
Okay, anyone else have any questions regarding this item? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the item is approved. Congratulations. R1, appointment of board and committee members. Please read the names into the record. I think I have an addition myself.
Okay. For the August 22nd resolution, Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Christina Robinson, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. And for tonight's resolution, Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Edward Catalano, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Nicola Stan, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Citizens Police Review Board, Officer Sabrina Byer, Sergeant Patrick O'Brien, and Sergeant Leo Arena, appointed by the Chief of Police. Community Appearance Board, Rex Nichols, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Education Advisory Board, Janet Gualtieri, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Fire Rescue Facilities Bond Issue Blue Ribbon Committee, David Cooper, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Homeless Advisory Committee, Paula Yukna, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Invest Fort Lauderdale, Inc. Board of Directors, Bernadette Norris Weeks, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Marine Advisory Board, John Lynch, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. And we have a late addition, Sharon Hughes, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman for the Community Services Board, if we can add that to the resolution as well as amended. And if you have a name as well.
Yes, Barry Summerstein for the Homeless Advisory Board.
Okay. And that's it.
Yep. Someone like to introduce the resolution as amended?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here and made a part hereof. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved. Thank you to all those people who have volunteered to sit on boards or committees, and thank you for your commitment to our community.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to put clarity on your item for M9. There was discussion about the proposed station not being a fire rescue station.
I didn't say, I said fire trucks.
It will have one.
It will
one
have a
engine.
truck?
Yes.
Not a hook and ladder.
Hell, it will have two trucks. Chief Golden, please. And I'm going to ask staff if they can come up, if they have an item, please. I'd like them to be here up front. I hope you got the text.
And while you're coming up, is that because how we currently roll out, where we roll out a truck and the ALS at the same time? Is that why we need a truck there? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just for clarification, that station's actually going to have 2 units out of it. One would be an engine, a fire truck. The other would be an ambulance would be moved, or a rescue truck would be moved from another location into that. What we're seeing is with the railroad crossings and the increasing traffic in downtown, our response times in Las Olas, especially the aisles, are increasing. So this station is providing us with the opportunity to provide a higher level of service to the east side of downtown and the Las Olas aisles, as well as the Victoria Park neighborhood.
So fire and rescue service?
Yes,
Yeah.
so all of our apparatus are staffed with paramedics and firefighters. This particular station, when it goes into operation, will have a fire engine, a pumper, and an ambulance from another location or a rescue truck will be moved into that station. So there'll be 2 apparatus that will be responding out of that station.
And so, Commissioner Herbst, can you repeat your question to the chief so that it goes on the record?
Sure, no, it's just my understanding that our typical response is usually, as you say, 2 vehicles. We have the truck, and then we have the ALS, because you've got 2 guys on each truck, and you usually want to have at least 3 out there, so you've got, when the ambulance is rolling, 2 guys working in the back and 1 guy driving. Is that my understanding correct, operationally?
Yes, sir, you are correct. And this truck will have the pumping capabilities to service the high rises that we're seeing on the east side of downtown.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we have clarity with that. Is any other questions?
It gets even better. Wow.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for allowing us to clarify that. Thank you, Chief. R2, a resolution waiving the formal.
That's pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's pulled. Okay. You're right. R3, resolution approving a federally funded sub-award and a grant agreement for DR 4680 Hurricane Nicole, and delegating to the city manager the authority to execute the agreement and any related documents, and to approve and execute any modifications to the agreement. Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? There being none, someone like to introduce the resolution? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a federally funded subaward and grant agreement for DR 4680 Hurricane Nicole with the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management, delegating to the city manager the authority to execute the federally funded subaward and grant agreement and any related documents, and to approve and execute any modifications of the federally funded subaward and grant agreement, and providing for severability and an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman? Yes. Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman? Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the item is approved. PH1, public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution denying a waiver of limitations at 801 Southwest 6th Street for the installation of 3 triple mooring pile clusters extending a maximum of 50 feet plus or minus. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any additional disclosures?
Yes, I met with Andrew Shine.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Andrew Shine. I met with Andrew Shine.
Okay. I have no additional disclosures. This is not the first time this has come up, right?
Right.
All right. Commissioner Glassman?
Nothing additional.
And Commissioner Sturman?
I met with Andrew Shine again, as a follow-up meeting.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Shine, do you have a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas, representing the property owner. I do have a brief presentation. I know we've all not only met about this, but have discussed it at a commission meeting. This is 801 Southwest 6th Street. This is a close-up view of the property, and the request today is for mooring piles at 50 feet from the property line.
Is this a reduction from the original request?
Yes, this is 2 reductions, actually. This first came early, this came in 2019, I believe, actually, first for a 65-foot into the river. And then it came back again last year for 62 feet and 60 feet. All were denied by the commission. I met with the previous chair of the Marine Advisory Board and said, we're having a problem here. The owner's boat is getting destroyed. People don't stop speeding down this river. I know, Mayor, you were at the Marine Advisory Board hearing when this was heard, and it's a real problem speeding down this particular area. So I did discuss it with him, and I said, what should we do? He said, come back with 50 feet. You know, he can't speak for the whole board, of course, and only for himself. But we did what he requested, and we came back with 50 feet. We went to the Marine Advisory Board. They came with, I would call it a more neutral determination. Last time we were here, it was unanimous disapproval at the Marine Advisory Board. This time it was fairly split down the middle. So we're here for 50 feet. This is the plan. In green are the existing mooring piles. Blue are what we're proposing. It's only 12 feet additional beyond what's existing. In the river, you can see the red is what we're proposing, and you can see the existing mooring piles there. So it's a very de minimis, I would say, intrusion into the New River, particularly for navigation, but it is a major benefit to the owner that doesn't have to take his boat into the shipyards a couple times a year to get repaired from these wakes. Thank you.
That conclude your remarks? Okay, thank you.
I think I had another slide.
Okay. Robert Franks, also sign up to speak. Mr. Franks, there you are. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Robert Franks, 38-year resident here in Fort Lauderdale. Also been a licensed captain the last 43 years, worked up in the Arctic Ocean, South Pacific, BP spell in the Gulf. I've spent a lot of time on boats. I've been on the Marine Advisory Board the last year. I've heard when the attorneys made his presentation, and you've probably seen the video where he's got the boat banging up against the dock there. Well, it's obvious if you look at it, the boat is too big for the slip. You can put pilings 200 feet out in the waterway. You're not going to control the aft end of that boat. The boat is too big for the slip. That's pretty simple. This request does not meet an extraordinary circumstance that requires a waiver.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I see no one. Would someone like to move to close public hearing? Hello?
So moved.
Okay, moved and seconded?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
No.
To close public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I apologize. I thought we were right done with that.
Commissioner Glassman?
I'm moving ahead.
Yes to close public hearing.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes, to close public hearing.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Now, the item is phrased in such a way as to deny the waiver of limitations.
So a no vote is to
So a
grant
no
it.
vote, so a yes
Mayor-
vote is to deny.
So, Mayor, there's attached to the item is both a resolution to approve and a resolution to deny. So whomever is introducing would choose which of those resolutions. they
Okay,
would-
so would someone like to introduce a resolution?
I'll introduce a resolution to approve. That way it's more straightforward, correct?
Okay, and this is in your district, correct?
Correct. So a motion to approve means a yes is a yes, a no is a no. That straightens that out.
No double negatives? Thank you.
No, I'm reversing it. Now my
So you're voting, you're
my
introducing a resolution to approve the waiver of limitations?
correct, to make it more obvious what we're doing.
Okay,
Approve the waiver.
yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm voting for it or against it.
No, I
I just, right.
Don't show your cards.
I don't even know my cards yet.
All right, would someone like to, any comments on this?
Is there anyone here from the Marine Advisory Board?
Yes, they're here.
It's such a split vote, and also this has gone before them twice already, and it's
Three times.
It's an interesting case.
It's like the last man in is going to
How many
be,
members do we have?
Dwayne, I believe Robert Franks is on the
What?
board.
Since we already had a member of the board speak on this item, it would end up being a sunshine
Sunshine
violation for another member to speak.
So
You cannot
totally-
speak. You cannot speak on the item.
So the question, though, I think that Bob,
You cannot speak on the item.
Mr. Franks has to speak for the board now. If you can whisper in his ear what you wanted him to say.
No, that
you
would be
can't
a
do that.
sunshine
Just kidding,
law
just kidding.
Nobody talks.
Mayor.
You should leave.
so
Just kidding.
the question is, wasn't
No,
Mr.
no,
Bob
please.
speaking
No.
for the public? He was speaking on behalf of the public, not the board.
Well,
You-
as
the
he
item- the
he also
item is the
introduced
item
himself
that-
as a member of the board.
Yes. Pardon me?
He introduced himself as a member of the board.
Yes. Board members, you can't do this.
So, Mr. Franks, is there anything further you'd like to say on this matter?
If Mr. Frank would like to answer the question that was posed
Right.
by you with regards to the vote.
Correct. Commissioner Glassman, you want to repeat your
Right.
question?
I know that you said it was just because the vessel's too large. Was that basically it for the split vote on the board?
Well, if we're looking strictly at extraordinary circumstance, it's not by putting pilings further out, it's not going to make the boat any safer, keep it from getting banged up. That's what the applicant is saying, his boat is getting damaged. Well, it's not getting damaged because pilings aren't further out, it's because the boat's too big for the slip, it's too narrow. That's the main, I mean, if we're looking specifically at the ordinance, that's what we're looking at. Looking at a bigger picture, we're concerned about safety in the river. That's the only place on the river west of 7th Avenue where you can have a passing zone. I mean, it's a much bigger issue beyond that, but specifically in this situation, it's not called for to have pilings further out than what he already has.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Well, to
Can
that
I,
point, wait, just as Jose, yeah, well, go ahead.
Okay. Could I have, I guess, I think the two people down, maybe the police chief and code, is Chris here? I don't know who would be the ones could answer a couple questions I might have. But while they're coming down, Mayor, if you want to go ahead and.
Okay, so does anybody else have a piling waiver nearby that's equal to the amount that's being asked for tonight?
Yes,
So we've already approved the extension of a waiver on adjacent properties. Is that not correct?
I believe the commission about a year or 2 years ago approved some, yes.
So can you explain to us how this is any different than what we've already approved before in the past?
Andrew Cuba, Marine Facilities.
Yes, sir.
The only difference is the time frame. It's farther inbound as well. In other words,
Farther in, so there's nothing like next door that's the same distance out?
not immediately next door. There are farther outbound, a couple of waivers that extend a similar distance, correct.
Can we pull up that aerial view that we had so we can see what we're talking about?
And Andrew, when you put the map up, if you could have the map on the other side of the waterway too to compare.
Yes.
If you have that map also.
Yeah. So the Castle property, I believe, received waivers as well.
All right, can we enlarge that a little bit?
Yeah. And the Castle property is, of course, at the narrowest part of the river, so that may understandably cause navigation issues there. Right across from the waterway here was approved a 65-foot waiver, though, right across.
Right there.
And they had the same problems, which is boats speeding down here. That's why folks want waivers here, is because the marine industry is causing these problems.
All right, it's not
to the
my, but
owners.
let's just get to my question.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to create a pinch point here. So if we already have a pinch point and we're not increasing the danger here, then that's the point that I'm looking to try to establish. So can you put your finger, you put the marker, where's the property that we're looking at, where the red is, right?
Correct.
Right. And to the right there, what is, they must have a dock extension, right?
This is a separate application that was also discussed at Marine Advisory Board. There were apparently some discrepancies in the application, so this is actually slated to come back to the commission, this property. They were part of the same
The
same
owner owns both
discussion.
of those properties,
So
right?
the owner owns both properties, okay.
Correct.
So-
Only this one is subject to this application today.
All right,
though.
so what's next door to them? Are there any extensions on the property to the right there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Well, I have a couple questions, if I can,
All
Mr.
right,
Mayor.
okay, let me just hold on a second. So are we creating,
This is about 300 feet in width here, between 280 and 300, depending from,
I know,
west to east.
but clearly what we're talking about are large ships who are coming here, and the issue is two ships being able to pass. And I don't know if that's done on a daily basis. I don't know if that's a regular feature at this point in the waterway, in the river. I mean, one boat can easily go through there, but I understand at the meeting, at the Marine Advisory Board meeting, there was this discussion regarding two boats being able to navigate side by side there. But I just want to make sure if we were to approve this, first of all, it'd probably be the last one I'll ever approve on the New River, and if I ultimately decide to vote for it. But I just want to make sure we're not creating a danger that doesn't already exist. And tell me how you would respond to that.
Yeah, there will be at least between 180 and 200 feet clear width between the pilings across. That's enough to fit about 6 Jungle Queens side by side. I don't think we're really appreciating how wide the river is here. And that's why boats speed down it and create the wakes for these homeowners. It's a very large, 5 to 6 Jungle Queens side by side can fit through that, what we would, I guess, call a pinch point here.
How wide is it from your property directly across?
The waterway is about 280 to 300 feet.
No, that's on the left. Where your thing is to the left, but how about where it is to the right? How far is it from there straight across?
To the right here?
No, from the red, your red property.
From the red, yes.
Straight across is how?
280 to 300, depending on where you are.
That's from shore to shore.
From shore to
Right.
shore.
It's a third, or obviously a third is, or what's the other maximum without a waiver?
25 feet or 1/3.
Okay, go now eastbound. What's the width over there?
This one is about.
No, way east. Up the
way east.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Okay. The big problem that we have, the people across were granted a waiver of 65. I thought it was 65, right?
65 across.
Now, you
yes.
originally came to us, and how much did you ask for the first time that you came here?
The first time I came here was 60 feet, and then it was 62 before that.
Okay, and now it's down to 50. And
50.
I think we gave instructions to go back to the Marine Advisory, come up with a compromise, and if I'm not mistaken, 50 feet seemed to be a compromise, but the vote ended up coming 5-6. It was almost a dead split vote. Is that correct?
Which I would.
This is the last time at Marine Advisory.
I know this sounds odd, but I would consider that a compromise. The Marine Advisory Board takes, at least in the minutes and discussions, they take 2 things into account. One is commercial operators. One is property owners. And I think we did find that balance between the two. I don't know that I can't speak for the members on the board. A lot of them didn't really speak at the meeting, particularly the new members. So I can't tell you why all of them.
But it was not a unanimous decision, is the point.
That's correct.
Now, show me where 50 feet is with a cursor on there, on yours coming out, right there.
About right there.
And
that's the piling. That doesn't mean
I don't know.
the
That's the
boat.
point I'm going to make. I'm going
Yeah.
to make that point in a second.
Yeah.
And the current piling goes out how far right
38 feet.
So 12 more feet. The problem we have, and I think, Mr. Mayor, you're going to be coming, you see where I'm going with this. The problem is 50 feet for a boat, I guess, is fine, but when you have a 50 feet for a piling and you say it can only be a boat 50 feet, once you have a 50 feet piling, you could, and even if you say now you're not going to, there's nothing to stop you from having a much, much longer boat going through there. And I think that's the big problem that the Marine Advisory has communicated to us. Is that true?
Yes, that's my understanding as well. This specific, and I know you said it can be in the future. I understand that. This specifically is for a 48-foot boat.
Right.
And I don't disagree that boats jutting out into the New River is not a problem. But, I mean, we can see where a lot of the problem lies. And it seems like it's more of a comprehensive thing that the city needs to work on to figure this out, and not the 50-foot piling here is not going to make the difference in navigability when you have
a 50-foot boat.
Or a 50-foot boat.
No,
right.
Well,
but
until
if you
the
have a
next
50-foot
owner has a
piling,
70-foot boat.
If you have a 50-foot boat piling and you have a 100-foot boat, there's where the problem lies in. Now, the question, Mr. City Attorney, is there any way that, I mean, and the second part is how you're going to enforce this. Is there any way that you could put a deed restriction or something on there that they can't have a boat greater than 50 feet in there?
I'm going to ask Assistant City Attorney Bob Dunkel to come up and address that.
And I was wondering the same question myself, is as a condition of the waiver, can we limit the boat?
The answer is, I'm sorry, Mayor, Commissioners, Bob Dunkel, Assistant City Attorney. Yes, I've taken the time to draft an alternative on an approval resolution which would limit the length of the vessel. I don't know how to fill in the blank. I think you're dealing with a 50-foot vessel, 48-foot vessel, and it can be woven into the fabric of the resolution, recorded in the public records, and it would be enforceable against subsequent owners and so on and so forth. So yes, it can be done. It's up to the discretion if you want to do that. I've already given a sample of that to the interim city attorney, Mr. Spence.
And that would survive, whatever owner would buy that property would be incumbent upon them.
That is correct.
Okay, now this is why I want.
There is one other suggestion I heard from the Marine Advisory Board.
Sure.
And that would be to have the outermost piling be the limit of the vessel, because as you're going by, you don't know what the length of that vessel is. But if you know that it's been done in such a way that it cannot exceed that outermost piling, then that's
So 50 feet
that's
is
a whole lot
50 feet
easier
is-
to
right.
enforce.
Now-
That's a different.
But how do you enforce
Well,
that?
yeah, well, there you go. Here's the million-dollar question. I don't know if it's code or marine or police.
It's code.
How would you enforce that, though?
Red tag it.
I put a tree, a $25,000 tree.
Put a tree out there.
No, Mr. Chris, if you could address how we would enforce that. And again, somebody who buys the property down the line is not aware of
Okay.
that, and they could put a bigger boat down there
They
too.
will.
That's
Now,
the bigger problem.
Chris has asked me to take a shot at it.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you have a complaint or you're following up on some of these sensitive areas, Marine Patrol can get the information on the vessel, how long it is, and then you could turn that into a code enforcement item.
Okay. Now, would this be a deed restriction, Mr. Dunkel, that we put on there? Or what would this actually be, the mechanism that you'd use?
Well, it's a covenant that runs with the land. It becomes a recordable document, right?
Yes, the resolution is recorded in the public records, so it becomes a covenant running with the land, and it binds future owners. I've even drafted in such a way that anybody using the dock has to be given a copy of this resolution with the limitations.
And like you said, you could make the dock 50 feet, and that way that is the length of the boat that could be put in there.
And that's up to the discretion of the commission. I'm not offering any lengths.
Mr. Dunkel, that was actually, I think, the motion that failed was with a deed restriction at the Marine Advisory Board.
I think the time before last, you had offered a limitation on the vessel. I picked up on that, and I thought, it's kind of a compromise. And I went ahead and drafted, that was the last time it was here, and I just carried it forward in case it might come up for discussion this time.
I think that was at their April meeting. Was there one
That's
after
correct.
April?
Yes, that was when Ted Morley was the chair.
Okay, so that was with the deed restriction.
No, it was not. I had drafted one in case that was going to come up for discussion, but that's not the way it went down.
Okay, because I thought that was the one that failed in April, but,
It did fail, but it did not have a limitation on the length of the vessel.
right, but it had the deed restriction.
No, it did not.
It did not. It did not.
Hold on a
It
second.
was offered as a suggestion, but that wasn't what the motion was, unless your minutes read differently. In the meantime,
Yes,
Mr.
I'm sorry, it says, Ms. George restated the amended motion as follows: motion to approve with a deed restriction based on the legal requirements as defined by the commission. And then that failed 5-6.
Well, see how it was vague.
And the end
So-
of that meeting was a mess, I would say. It was not clear. It's clear on the video what happened, but I don't think it made its way into the minutes.
Why don't we just have a no-wake zone there?
That would solve a lot of problems for waivers in this area,
Yeah,
at
I
least
don't-
if it's enforced. That's why all the folks on this part of the river are asking for these waivers. If you see across the street, they don't have a 65-foot boat, and they don't have an 80-foot boat, but these commercial operators are the ones causing the problems here. So I think that a citywide or a New Rivers segment-specific solution is what would actually help here.
Why don't we ever entertain something like a no-wake zone in this area?
That's a state. Isn't that the state makes those decisions with regard to the operations on the waterway? Yeah, we don't have jurisdiction over that.
But the problem is a little bit more extensive than that. Even if it were a no-wake zone, these larger vessels traversing that area with a tow in front and a tow in back, when they have to lay off the current sweeping them in different directions, it becomes a challenge. It's not just the damage of wake to his property, it's the damage to the interstate commerce that's going on there.
Mr. Shine, how wide are these lots?
I'll get that answer.
While he's doing that,
I believe they're 50 feet, but let me double
Mr.
check.
City Attorney.
52 feet.
52 feet. So really, someone could dock a 48-foot boat on their property if they just did it, if they did it parallel to the water's edge, right?
It can't be within setbacks. Boats
can't?
cannot be docked within setbacks. So 52 feet becomes like 32 feet. 42.
Is it 5 feet on each side?
5 feet setback, so it's 42 feet.
42 feet. Okay, so the maximum size of a boat, if they did it against the water's edge, would be 42 feet. Okay.
And if it shifts a foot here or a foot there, code compliance can come out and cite them for it, so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sturman.
Yeah, going forward, would I be able to make an amendment to that resolution with that restriction on it?
Yes.
At today's meeting, or?
Right, no, the compromise that we came, no.
He just wants to add the covenant that would run with the land to say that the boat can be no longer than the distance out to the piling.
Sure, you can introduce an amendment tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Spence, perhaps you might want to read them for an example. Section 3 and Section 4, which are redlined, they may want to adopt that language. Although I think I put in a length of a vessel, that's up to their discretion.
So the language proposed in the amended resolution in Section 3 would be that the granting of this waiver of limitations is expressly made contingent upon limiting the length of the vessel berthed at the property to, and in this example, is 60 feet in length. And then Section 4 says that by recording this resolution in the public records of Broward County, it is the intent of the City Commission that the granting of the waiver herein and the limitation relating thereto shall run with the applicant's property to the successors and assigns thereof, including their respective leases, licensees, and invitees.
Is that your amended?
Well, switch to 60 to 50, obviously. No, 60 was original, but we'd have to switch it to 50.
Yeah.
So you desire to adopt the resolution approving amending to include Section 3 and 4 as read?
Right, and that would cover it.
Changing the length to 50 feet?
Right, and that would cover us, right? Mike Dwayne?
It would meet the intent, your intent,
Right.
the intent that I think you're stating on record.
Right, so 50 feet.
So can I just ask a question then, Mr. Shine? Would that be acceptable to your client?
Oh, Bob Dunkel said no behind me. Yes, it's not ideal. We will accept it if it's the way to get it done. My concern, and I don't know if it can be worded like this, is you can limit the boat length on this property. That's fine. It's not going to solve any issue down navigation down the river. Right. So my thought was that if the city does ever adopt something to limit boat lengths to less than a third of the feet, less than a third into the waterway, that this type of condition can go away and that we could just be under the city's guidelines at that point.
Well, that's something we could address at a later time. We have been
Understood.
considering a moratorium on all future dock waiver applications.
Understood.
So we'll figure that out later. But and I would behoove you to contact all the property owners along the river and ask the state for a no wake zone along there.
We'll figure out that process.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a resolution. There's a resolution on the floor as amended, approving the dock waiver. Excuse me, the dock waiver. Yes, to extend to a piling to extend into the waterway by 50 feet, provided that the owner of the upland property does not attach a boat that's greater than 50 feet.
Do we need a separate vote on the amendment or just?
No, you're introducing the resolution. We didn't have a second.
Okay, good.
Okay, does everyone understand the resolution that's now been proposed? Mm-hmm. Okay, any further questions? Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Mr. Dunkel, thank you so much. We appreciate your being here. Always a pleasure. When are you going to retire?
Never, I hope.
Never, right? What do they say about lawyers? They never die, they just lose their appeal.
Oh, there you go.
Well, we're so lucky to have you, so. Anyway, all right, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations, granting a waiver of limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C to permit Christina Kerwin installation of 3 triple pile mooring clusters extending a maximum of 50 feet plus or minus into the South Fork of the New River, such property being located at 801 Southwest 6th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. PH2, a quasi judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations as to the lack of a principal building at out parcel tied to 831 Solar Isle Drive for the installation of 1 boat lift and 2 finger piers extending to a maximum of 23 feet 7 inches into the adjacent waters of Rio Coral Canal.
Mayor, we also, the commission will also have to make disclosures on this item, and members of the public need to be sworn.
I have no one who's signed. Wait, yes, we have several we have quite a few people signed up to speak here. Phew. Mr. Morgan, do you want to make a presentation?
Mayor,
Do we need to do disclosures?
Yeah, we'll do the disclosures. I just didn't know if you were doing a presentation. Okay, so let's do disclosures. Commissioner Herbst,
None?
Vice Mayor,
Yes, I bet with Mr. Morgan.
I too had a conversation with Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Glassman?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had several site visits. I've also met with Mr. Morgan on May 25th, 2022, and also a phone call on June 27th, 2023. Thank you.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yeah, Walter Morgan.
Okay. Mr. Morgan?
Hello, Walter Morgan, Morgan Olson and Olson. I represent the Mavons, the applicant, current owners of the property. And as this board is well aware, the application for a waiver does require that the commission waive the limitations upon the finding of extraordinary circumstances. And in this case, there are multiple extraordinary circumstances. I wanted you to see an overview of the parcel that is known as 831 Solar Isle Drive. It's located at the end of Solar Isle Drive. The legal description of this property ever since anybody in the Mavon family owned it, which was first acquired in 1969 by Mr. Mavon Sr., the current applicant's father. And that legal description has always been because the seller of that property to him owned Lot 1 and the east one half of Lot 2, a total of 75 feet on the intercoastal, and the south 25 feet of the west 25 feet of Lot 4, which there's a road about between 50 and 70 feet of road between the main property with the house and the 25 by 25 foot parcel that was a vacant lot on the canal. No one ever suggested that you could build a structure on 25 by 25 feet of land. However, when he bought the property, it was conditioned upon getting a permit to build a dock out there because he wanted to have a boat up on the canal as opposed to out on the intercoastal where there's so much traffic, a small boat. So in 1969, when he closed on the property, he was issued a permit to build a dock. So you can see here, well, let's get back up to that one. You can see here where 831 is out there on the intercoastal, and then up the canal, one lot separating the intercoastal to this particular piece is where the 25 by 25 foot parcel is located, where you can see this next drawing, survey actually, where they built the dock in 1969. That dock stayed there until 2010. Mr. Mavon Sr. having passed away in 1987. From that point forward, the current owner had control of the family trust that owned the property, and wasn't until 1999 that he became the sole owner of the property with his wife. So what I want you to see is how the piece, which I'm going to call for the sake of this discussion, parcel 2, because it was later, you'll see, referred to as that in a unity of title. The next drawing shows what occurred when the basin permit was issued. So now we have a permit that was issued in '69 to build just a regular dock on 25-foot long dock. And then in 2010, they applied for and got a permit to cut the land out, reinstall a seawall, and have the basin so that the boat could, a little bit larger than a 15-foot boat, could be placed inside the basin, well out of the canal. The next drawing shows how, when the permit was applied for and granted in 2018 to build the boat lift and the 2 piers that exist today. The boat lift was subsequently dismantled because of the litigation. However, this is how it looked once it was not just permitted and built, it was finalized and CO'd, and then the lawsuit was filed. The next drawing shows a site plan of how it looked without a boat in it, but that shows exactly how the 2 piers were constructed as permitted. It approved all inspections, and there was nothing wrong with, unlike the last item you had here, we're not extending out into the waterway, but 23 feet 7 inches on the one side and 10 feet 8 inches on the south side. So, what happened when the complaint was filed in 2010 and 11, they were advised that they should go to the Marine Advisory Board for a waiver, which they did. They unanimously approved the recommendation of a waiver to the City Commission in 2010. December 7th, the city manager at that time placed the matter on the agenda for the commission to grant a waiver based upon the fact that there was no upland structure on this 25 by 25 foot parcel where the basin was built. It had already been built with a permit that was applied for and granted, but it had not been finalized, and for some unknown reason, the city manager decided, because of the complaint, that he should pull it from the agenda. So it was never heard for that waiver that would have cured the question of whether or not you could have a building on a 25 by 25 foot parcel. So over the period of another couple of years, there was negotiations, if you will, trying to get back on the agenda so the waiver could be completed. And it finally, the city attorney then advised that the only solution the Mavons had was to file a lawsuit for equitable estoppel. That lawsuit was won in the favor of the Mavons, and we ended up in 2013 at a hearing in front of the commission where the circuit court order found that there were extenuating circumstances. There was an analogy between the street, the little bit of street that separated the 831 address and the basin. It was similar to Idlewild. And so that's why they granted the equitable estoppel. The commission at that hearing suggested that even though the properties had been acquired with both pieces under one deed, that a unity of title should be on the property to prevent them from ever selling one without the other. This was a good suggestion. The unity of title was approved by the city attorney's office, and it was recorded it was dated May 14th, 2013. I referred you to please to the affidavit that was filed by City Attorney Harry Stewart, where he opined that night at that meeting that based upon the combination of the circuit court ruling and the unity of title, combining the two parcels, that it would therefore comply with the ULDR requirement for an upland building. There are just a couple of verses in the unity of title that, to me, really point to extraordinary circumstances here, because any reading of this document is very clear that these two parcels, known as Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, are joined as one. It clearly reads that that the title to Parcel 1 and the title to Parcel 2 shall be considered unified as one plot and parcel of land, and no portion of either Parcel 1 or Parcel 2 shall be sold, transferred, deposed, or assigned separately, except with the other as an entirety as one plot of parcel of land or as undivided interest in said parcels, it being the intention that the use of Parcel 2 be the accessory to Parcel 1. The use of Parcel 2 shall be limited to the berthing of vessels as an accessory use to the principal structure and principal use of Parcel 1. The one, obviously, the one with the house on it across the street. In the same manner as an accessory dock or slip located in an RS8 zoning district, and as if parcels 1 and 2 were contiguous each to the other. I read that because what happened was the neighbor requested and filed an application in front of the Board of Adjustment to be heard, and his argument was that the only legal purpose of a unity of title was to join the parcels for tax purposes. You can't make that argument and read this document at the same time. However, without my involvement, the attorney for the city, Mr. Burke, and the attorney for the Mavons, Mr. Brady, all talked about the fact that there was the unity of title. They didn't read it to the members, they didn't read it into the record, and they didn't give a copy of it as part of the evidence. It did not become a part of the record. So none of the members, the 7 members of that board, were able to read this language that I just read to you. And they believed, apparently, the fact that it had no purpose other than tax purposes. So the BOA that night ruled that there was no upland structure on this property, and therefore they revoked the building permit. This led to a couple of years. They went through an appellate procedure. Any attorney will tell you that the appellate court is not permitted to consider any evidence that was not put into the record.
So, Mr. Morgan, because we need to wrap this up,
Okay.
what are you looking for from the commission tonight?
I'm looking for the commission to find that the combination of the fact that this owner, the Maimon people have, over the years, applied 3 times for permits.
So what are you looking for from the commission
A waiver.
tonight?
I want the commission to find that the combination of extraordinary circumstances give him a waiver to consider this property as one piece of property with an upland structure on it.
And to allow a permit to be issued to allow him to have a dock there and dock a boat. Is that correct?
No, they already have that from
Do they have a permit for it?
Yes, they have a permit to dock a boat there.
Okay.
What I want to do is basically,
I thought you said the permit was revoked.
the permit to build the boat lift was revoked.
The boat lift.
Only the boat lift and the 2 piers.
And that's what the issue is tonight.
And so if you grant the waiver, they're going to reapply basically for an as-built permit by, they dismantle the boat lift.
Right.
So that'll be reinstalled.
Okay.
And the docks that are already there will be then become a matter of a permit that's not revoked.
Okay, so
It's not going to be lengthened.
So there are docks there that are permitted that you're not looking for.
No, they're part of the permit that got revoked.
That's what I thought you said.
But there was no order to remove them.
Okay, so
So
they're,
they weren't removed.
so they're built but not permitted.
They were permitted when they got built, but they now, that permit was revoked, so they need to re-permit it.
Okay.
The docks that are there, as they exist.
Okay, and you're looking for the ability to get a permit for the boat lift.
Yeah, the permit's going to be for the boat lift as well as for these two docks
That's
that are
what
there.
I'm, all right, so that's what
Right.
you're asking the commission for tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, very
They will allow that. Now, if I could just have one more minute, and if you could show me the next set of pictures, please. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I have an affidavit that I'd like to submit to the clerk that's filed by Mr. Mavon, which states that since he took over the property in 1987, there's been one unified tax bill. So that the argument that the Board of Adjustment bought into, that the unity of title had something to do with that, is false, just completely false. It had a unified tax bill for 26 years before the the unity of title was filed. So that affidavit is here, and I'm going to turn it into the clerk. Then I want to show you that the tax bill for 2022 clearly shows the entire property is one unified bill, and the current listing for the BSBA is one piece of property. The next piece, if you would just flip that, rotate it, there you go. Nope. Can you rotate that, please? Yes. This shows you that with the boat inside the basin, that was when the boat lift was still there, that it does not extend out into the canal as far as the boats that are south of them and north of them. So this is actually not a navigational hazard in any way. In fact, it's an improvement of the boats going up and down the canal.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Morgan. Thank you. So there are a number of other people who have signed up to speak, and I'll call you three at a time. Let me start with Dr. Taylor, Kenneth Taylor, Herbert Taylor, and then we have a series of Mavon family members who have also signed up to speak. So OJ, PG, and Charles. So is Kenneth Taylor here? So as I called your name just now, please kind of wait over here to the side so we don't have to wait for everyone to walk up to the podium tonight. So Dr. Taylor, Herbert Taylor, and then OJ Mavon.
Dr. Taylor, welcome.
Somebody just turned off my clock.
Yes, my name is Kenneth Taylor. I have a property on the same canal, and I would like to speak, and I did speak at the Marine Advisory Board. Mayor and Commissioners, would you like to hear from the attorney is here for the
You have 2 minutes.
adjacent property owners first?
Was he signed up? Was he sworn in?
Yeah, Mr. Reitman, I believe, is, but I just didn't know whether you wanted to go in order because I'm a surgeon, not an attorney, and sometimes it's easier for an attorney to speak first, but I'm happy to go right now if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First off, I disagree with what Mr. Morgan said. I don't think it meets an extraordinary circumstance. I think the extraordinary circumstance is that this was litigated, adjudicated, and already made it to the DCA and turned down, and that these people have plenty of room to put their boat on their main property. They have water frontage on the intercoastal at the end of the street. They have a point lot. This 25 by 25 parcel is into our canal. And the finger piers then stick out perpendicular from a seawall into the canal. So the way he presented it, it doesn't look like a hazard, but I'm a boater and I have a captain's license as well as being a surgeon. If they take their boat that they currently have and put it on their finger pier instead of into their slip, our canal is one of the narrower canals. It's only 100 wide, and it will impede more than 33% into the canal. So I think it's a navigational hazard, and I think it's an attractive nuisance as well, the way it's built. It was previously litigated. I can't I don't even understand how it got to the Marine Advisory Board, and I think that that's something Mr. Spence ought to even look into and perhaps refer to the OIG of Broward County, who I believe is in Plantation, because the city spent tremendous amount of money on this the first time, as did the adjacent homeowners, because it affects us. And somehow, it shouldn't have even got, something that was already adjudicated shouldn't have even gotten to the Marine Advisory Board. And it was somewhat controversial there. Even at the Marine Advisory Board, you can see, I'm sure there are notes from where I spoke. One of the members of the advisory board got in late, didn't want to vote. Mr. Dunkel or someone there forced him to vote. He said, you have to vote. He said, I want to abstain. They said, no, you have to vote. He said, I want to abstain. It went back and forth. Okay? So there were things like this that didn't look right. And currently, they're sitting with unpermitted piers sticking out into our canal. Okay? They're not permitted. They haven't been fined. They haven't been violated. I don't really, as a homeowner, I don't know what's going on. Now, there are other tailors, but our family has 3 separate houses on the street. I live at 618, and I will let someone else go. I think you understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
And the attorney for the adjacent neighbors is here as well, and he's
Okay.
signed up to speak.
All right, great. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much, Mayor.
Dr. Taylor, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
remember what the vote is on the advisory on that?
9-3
Yeah,
Okay.
in favor of the waiver.
In favor?
correct.
Okay.
Herbert Taylor, followed by O.J. Mavon, followed by Jerry Mavon.
I am Herbert Taylor, excuse me, and this is separate and distinct from Dr. Taylor, who happens to be my son. But I also own a home on Flamingo Drive, which is on the same canal. I have several concerns, 2 of which I want to try to simplify, because I think one of these issues is a little bit complicated. The first one, which is less complicated, and we learned before, I learned that hope is not a strategy. If you want to put a boat parallel to the shore, your intrusion into the canal is limited by the width of the boat. And even if you get a 100-foot boat, it is more than likely not going to exceed the limits on the width of the canal. When you park a boat perpendicular to the shore, as you saw in the previous situation, the length of the boat affects the impediment to the canal. And so, even though I'm against it, should you decide to ignore what I'm about to say next, I would urge you to put a limitation, it's just like you did with the previous petition, on that the boat cannot exceed a certain limit. Okay, we can discuss the limit. The second part, I think, is more important to the entire city of Fort Lauderdale. And it goes to, what do you get when you get unity of title? Let me give you a simple example.
You got 15 seconds, sir, so try to rush.
I can't do this in 15
Well,
seconds.
everyone's entitled to a certain amount of time. We try to limit it to 2 minutes, and...
Well, I was not advised of the 2 minutes. Let me be as quick as I can because...
Could we give him 1 minute to wrap up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Another minute?
On unity of title, and a simple example, if you have a lot, let's say that has 9,000 square feet, but zoning says you can't build a house on it unless you have 10,000 square feet, and one of the people up the street has extra land and is willing to sell you 1,000 square feet, can you still build on the first lot? Put it on a 9,000? What you get with unity of title is not uniformity. It is not you can do everything on both parcels that you could do on either parcel. You may get the tax, but you still can't build on an undersized parcel. And I'm suggesting that if you were to go ahead with this, you're stating that unity of title makes them equal, and people can do that all over the city of Fort Lauderdale.
All right, thank you, sir. O.J. Mavon, Jerry Mavon, and Charles Mavon. Are any of the Mavons here? Can you kind of, assemble next to the podium as I call your names so that we don't have to? Which Mr. Mavon are you? You got to push the button at the base of the mic. Okay.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm going to speak on behalf of my grandparents.
And what is your name?
My name is Charles Mavon. I've been boating in Fort Lauderdale with my grandparents for 23 years with what Mr. Morgan has referred to as Parcel 2. It's where we've always docked our boat. About a little bit over 10 years ago, my grandparents decided to turn it into a boat basin in which they sort of dug the parcel out, so the boat, even though it is parked perpendicular to the canal, is now less intrusive than it otherwise would have been. And as they have continued to age, they have continued to want to enjoy the city of Fort Lauderdale's greatest asset, which is its boating community and the use of the waterway. And they believe that the best way that they're able to do that is through the use of the lift. So as Mr. Morgan indicated, there's no issue regarding the legality of the basin itself. What is in discussion is a waiver for the lift. And the lift is important to my grandparents because it's how they believe they can continue to enjoy our family parcel in the way that it's always been enjoyed, which is based off of boating and access to the canal through the boat.
Okay, thank you. Now, on whose behalf were you speaking?
My grandparents, Philip.
Names are what?
Philip Gerard Mavon Jr. and O.J. Mavon.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Did you come from Western Springs, Illinois to speak tonight?
Yes, I flew down here.
Okay, well, I hope you're enjoying your stay here.
Hello. My name is.
Wait. Who are you?
I was going to introduce myself, Phil Mavon.
I didn't call you yet, but hold on.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to line up like you told us.
Okay, I didn't call you yet. You're Phil? Wait, go ahead. You're Phil?
Yes.
Okay. Followed by Larry Schwartz, followed by Ann Ray. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Phil Mavon. I am the son of O.J. and Jerry Mavon. I've been boating this lot my whole life, well, 53 years. I was born in 68. We got it in 69. I'd like to just say a couple of things. I believe there'll be a lot of accusations thrown at my parents, which I've seen in writing and other places. I think some of those has been submitted to you as our commissioners. I'd like to say that everything that they've ever done there has been properly permitted and playing by the rules, no matter what anyone says. And we can prove that just by looking at the permits they have. So when people call these illegal structures, or they call them that my parents are breakers of the code, or that they're terrible people and they have ill-gotten gains and other things, I think that is incredibly misleading. It's always been done with a permit. It's always been done working with the city and doing it right. And I hope you all will see that as you look at the facts tonight and consider what has actually happened here. All the revocations, the rest of it, it's always been done after we've done everything right. So please consider that. Point two is that we're not asking for anything extra in terms of the boating. It's a ridiculous argument that it's more dangerous to have our boat tucked in within the limits, which is, we go out 23 feet, we're allowed to go out 23.7 inches, allowed to go out 25 like any other property owner. And the last point, it is their property, and I wish there'd be some discussion as that they can use the property to enjoy it. They're the victims here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mavon. Larry Schwartz, followed by Ann Ray, followed by, I think it's Abby Trent. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, I'm Jerry Mavon's brother-in-law. My wife is his sister, and we've been coming down here for better part of 50 years, on and off, and we now are spending most of our time here. I'd like to mention that Dr. Reitman, who testified first, posed to us, made the same presentation to the Marine Advisory Board, and the Marine Advisory Board voted 9-3 in favor of the Mavons. having a boat lift. And since my wife is somewhat disabled and I'm elderly, we would like access to the boat, which we enjoyed for many years, but elderly people and disabled people cannot get on the boat without a boat lift. So we think that's an essential part of having a safe dock and safe access. And I think it's been really unfair to the Mavons with the objection of, I think in one in particular, ex-neighbor who no longer lives there, objecting to this situation when they've done everything right and had every permit permitted by the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I think we would like to continue to enjoy the waterway as many other people try to do here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ann Ray, followed by Abby Trent, followed by Alan Trent.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor Trentellis, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ann Ray. I'm a resident on Solar Isle Drive. I live on the same canal in question. I'm about 6 houses further north down from them, so the opposite side, well, actually the same side as the area in question. I'm a boater, and I go up and down that canal very often. I can tell you that that boat does not stick out into the canal. It does not provide any sort of navigational obstacle whatsoever. We never have a problem going past it. In fact, the 2 boats on either side of it that are parked parallel exceed the length of the boat in question. So I think, and you can see it, you can see it on any picture. I don't have a problem with it. I'm there. I'm a permanent resident year-round, and I have no issue with it. And the Mavons are great people. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Abby Trent, followed by Alan Trent, followed by Brent Reitman.
Hello, I live at 717 Solar Isle Drive, 4 houses north of the Mavons. I met the Mavons on the first day that I moved into the neighborhood about 4 years ago. First of all, they're the nicest, kindest people I've ever met in my life. They do everything just absolutely above board. I'm absolutely disgusted about this lawsuit and what's gone on. It has made me very sad, and other people that are not here because they don't live here full-time can't be represented, but this just must stop. It's just not fair. I also got up and down the canal in a boat. They have a beautiful situation there. Their boat does not hinder any other boats, and so I would really like you to look into this.
Okay, thank you. Alan Trent.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Alan Trent, 717 Solar Isle Drive. Mavons are the most honorable people that I've ever met. Greatest family, nicest family, and been so kind to us. I'm a boater. I go in and out of the canal. It is not a hazard. It is not a bad-looking structure. It is perfectly fine. There's other boats on the canal that stick out way wider than the Mavons. Those are hazards. But everyone takes care of their boat. Everyone tries to be a good neighbor on the canal. And we hope you agree with the Mavons.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Brent Reitman, followed by Bruce Taylor, followed by Bob Moritas.
Good evening. Mayor Trentellis, Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman, Commissioner Herbst, Commissioner Glassman, Commissioner Sturman. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening on this matter that I've been involved in for way longer than I should have.
Are you representing somebody?
Yes, I represent the homeowners at 835 Solar Isle Drive and 821 Solar Isle Drive. I would note that the homeowner from 821 Solar Isle Drive, note his objection that he did not receive notice of this hearing, and I'm here to voice that particular objection. With the limited time I have, I know that I can't get into the decade plus of litigation that this particular parcel has engendered. But certainly, I can discuss with you, after reviewing the application and its materials, that certainly there is no extraordinary circumstance under which this commission should grant this particular waiver. In looking at the history of this particular issue, and I submitted materials to each of the commissioners and the mayor and vice mayor in anticipation of this. I had asked that they reach or be added to the agenda. It was 155 pages detailing some of this and what these neighbors who are aggrieved by this and their position in this particular matter, and I would ask that they be incorporated into the record as well. But the only extraordinary circumstance in all of these papers that's mentioned is this unity of title. And it's an issue that was misrepresented to the Marine Advisory Board. And I kind of want to go through the genesis of that because I know Mayor Trentalis was present at the time that it was.
Okay, now the genesis is the beginning of a long book, so we really need to.
I'll do the fast
Can you
genesis.
wrap it up in a minute? Thank
So,
you.
at the commission meeting in May of 2013, Greg Bruton stood up before this unity of title was recorded and mentioned that 15 years prior to that, the ULDR had been revised to remove ULDR as a concept because it was being abused by landowners. And in fact, the position of the city of Fort Lauderdale in the most recent appeal in this took the position that at the May 7, 2013 City Commission meeting before the unity title was recorded, the city's ULDR, before the unity of title was recorded, it was discussed that the city's ULDR did not recognize the unity of title concept and that it would not be utilized from the standpoint of issuing a permit. That was the city of Fort Lauderdale's position in the 4th DCA. In addition, when the Board of Adjustment ruled against this particular application, it was on the sole basis that the unity of title did not substitute for a principal structure on the premises. The Mavons appealed that, and the Circuit Court of Broward County received evidence from the city of Fort Lauderdale, and their position it was that the Mavons failed to cite any provision of the city's ULDR that supports their unity of title argument. In fact, no provision of the ULDR supports their assertion that the city recognizes unity of title or any agreement to join together lot for the purpose of complying with the requirements of the ULDR, and that the board's interpretation, which ended up in the revocation of this particular permit for a boat lift, required that a principal building existed in the lot where the mooring structure is to be considered, and that cannot be satisfied by filing a declaration of unity of title for non-contiguous properties. And as
Okay.
if to be prophetic on this issue, the city of Fort Lauderdale also, to the 4th DCA, argued that there was no exceptional circumstance involved in this dispute. They said that the boat lift dispute does not involve any sort of exceptional circumstance, which is essentially akin to the standard for tonight, which is finding an extraordinary circumstance which doesn't exist. And the city of Fort Lauderdale's position on this was that nothing precludes the Mavons from continuing to moor their boat at Parcel 2's boat basin as they had during the 5+ years following the Circuit Court's 2013 judgment, or constructing a boat lift or mooring structure behind their residence located on Parcel 1. And that's why there cannot be an extraordinary circumstance here. They have that option.
Okay, that has to conclude your remarks. Thank you. I've given you about 5 minutes.
Mayor, can I just ask the city attorney a question on something that was just brought up?
Thank you, sir.
While it's fresh on my mind. So, city attorney, are we even considering that unity of title issue, or is that not what's in front of us? When I read what came to us from the Marine Advisory Board, that doesn't seem to be, to me, the issue. So is that even an issue for us to think about?
No, before you today is a request to waive the code provision that requires a principal building to be on a parcel in order for a mooring structure to be constructed.
So is anything that this gentleman just proffered, how does that weigh on Commissioner Glassman's question? Does the city of Fort Lauderdale consider a unity of title to be be what's the word I'm thinking of? Does the city of Fort Lauderdale not consider the unity of title to be adequate in order to be able to satisfy the zoning code?
So what's confusing is you have differing opinions from the director of the development service, now development services division. You have an opinion from a zoning administrator, and you have an opinion from a former city attorney. But the latest opinion that binds the commission is the appeal that came from the Board of Adjustment. So what was appealed was a determination that the two parcels, because of the unity of title, could be treated as one development parcel because of the definition of development site in the ULDR. That interpretation was appealed to the Board of Adjustment, who overturned that interpretation, and hence the applicant is now before us asking the commission rather, to waive the provision that requires the principal building to be on that ancillary lot or adjoining lot.
Irrespective of the unity of title.
Irrespective of the unity of title. I believe that the applicant may be raising that argument as part of his argument for extraordinary circumstances, but simply what's before the board tonight is determining whether or not you're going to waive that provision requiring them to have a principal structure on that small parcel for extraordinary circumstances, and whether or not the applicant has met their burden by demonstrating that there are extraordinary circumstances warranting the granting of the waiver.
All right, if the commission were to approve this tonight, does that set precedent, or is this on a case-by-case basis?
It's on a case-by-case basis because of extraordinary circumstances are unique to each property.
Okay, so there has to be a finding of fact with regard to each application then, and the facts would differ from case to case, even though, let's say a similar applicant, a similar situation comes up with another applicant, again, an unbuildable piece of land is connected to an upland property that has a house. Would this next city commission have to approve that because of an affirmative vote tonight?
Depends on how similar their circumstances are. If they're arguing a case for similar extraordinary circumstances, that may be the case.
So it does have precedential value.
In certain circumstances, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So
Any other
also,
questions?
just a little bit further on that.
Yeah, go
So obviously then the waivers, because there's no principal structure where what's been described as a basin or a notch.
That's correct.
That comes in off of the canal where the boat is. But then if we agree that there is going to be a waiver granted due to extraordinary circumstances, then that also is going to lead to the boat lift and the 2 additional piers?
Yes.
Going out 23 where I guess 25 is allowed feet?
Right.
That's what's all before us right now?
Yeah, that's a part of the waiver determination, but it is separate and apart from your determination as to whether or not to waive the provision with regards to the principal structure.
And then that leads to the lift and the 2 piers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Bruce Taylor, followed by Bob Moritas, followed by Jamie Fenicio Bascomer.
I'm Bruce Taylor, 712 Flamingo, the third of the Taylors, and I'm opposed for all the same reasons that my brother, father, and Mr. Reitman have already spoken of.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to let him use the rest of my 2 minutes to
Well,
finish.
we don't do that here, so you're done? Okay, thank you. Mr. Moritas.
Good evening,
sir.
Bob Moritas. Thank you for allowing us to address you tonight. I live on Flamingo. I've lived there for 26 years, and I'm a boater, and I don't want any interference in our canal, which is not a wide canal. I don't know the Mavons. I've never met them. I'm sure they're nice people. But being a lawyer, I recognize your standard here, and your standard is extraordinary circumstance. The Mavons have a home on the Intercoastal. They can have a boat lift like all the other homes across the Intercoastal have right across from them have boats on boat lifts. They likewise can have a boat on a boat lift. So this is really a matter of convenience, not a matter of extraordinary circumstance. And we don't want our boating privileges in our canal that we've all enjoyed for years interfered as a result of convenience. Thank you.
Mr. Moritas, when you say interfered, I understand the docks are already in there and a boat has been put in there from time to time. Has that obstructed your pathway out to the Intercoastal?
Well, the answer to that is not at the moment, but what I've read in this document is contrary to what Mr. Morgan addressed you with, and this is including an extension of those piers, and that's what we're all concerned about.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Fenicio Bascomber. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? I have nobody else who signed up. Okay, thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Mayor
can now.
Trentalis,
Yes.
commissioners, esteemed commissioners, Jamie Fenicio Bascom. I am an attorney, but I'm not here as an attorney, although I do want to echo as to the adjudicated issues that we've dealt with previously that have been going on for years. I was a neighbor I was in Isle of Palms. I think you might have even been to my home, some of you, over the years for different events that we've done for philanthropic reasons. I too grew up here since 1969. I love our waters, and I used to water ski right there on the Intercoastal. However, this is a matter of the law and the requirements and for safety. What happened was recently, and I was a neighbor there, I moved from there recently, but we were on the boat. 3 times I've been with a neighbor on the boat coming in. Last night specifically, in the dark, coming in. I didn't even know anything really that was happening with regard to this case. And the captain could almost not navigate to get around this dock that's protruding out next to this home here. I said, what is that? I couldn't believe it. I said, boy, this captain is really being tested, especially after coming back and watching fireworks. Literally, it's sticking out there, and it's keeping the other boats from being able to pull out safely. I said, this is a safety issue, and everybody on the boat agreed. It took about 20 minutes to navigate around that. That dock is out there. I understand there's no permitting for that because it was, in fact, told to them that it was not able to be there, but they didn't tear it down. It's still there. It shouldn't be there.
It's been there for 10 years.
It shouldn't have been there. And from
I just want to know if we're talking about the same place, because I've done numerous site visits there. If you have a captain of a boat last night that was that close to that little notch, then that captain needs to get his license checked.
no.
Because
No, Commissioner Glassman, he
it's
was
like, that is like.
no,
I
he
can't
was
even-
docking in there. He was docking in the neighbor's home. That's where we were.
But
docking in there and right next to it, coming into there, the people's dockage.
I've been there several times. I don't see any even things sticking out. What's sticking out?
Yes, the dock is sticking out. I have photos of it myself on my own personal phone because I couldn't believe
How many feet is it sticking out into the canal?
It's protruding out. Well, that's all in the record, I believe, and I didn't go. But there's apparently it's 25 feet, et cetera. And what they're trying to do now is to make that even go out further. What I understand is happening now, and looking at the record, and even in the court record that I just looked at, just in my spare time, looking as an attorney and seeing the pleadings, this has been adjudicated. So there's no permit there for what's there. Now they're asking to waive what is an ordinance and what is a requirement legally for the safety of going down that canal, number one, and for pulling in and out to the neighbors. There's no structure on that. It's amazing that that's even there, that piece. I understand it was passed on over the years, and that's lovely. I grew up here too, and we had a home. We had to go through the same process when we lived there. And if you don't have the structure and you don't satisfy the law, and you don't have truly extraordinary circumstances that will override any safety issues, there's no lighting on it, et cetera, it shouldn't be. I'm just surprised that we're spending all these resources on this. I'm here to say that on that canal and all of those canals, they're very thin in the aisles there, and Idlewild and all of those aisles. It is not safe. There's no extraordinary circumstance here other than the fact that they're very nice people. I'm sure they are. So are our families as well. But we have rules for a reason, and we have to make sure that they are complied with.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm looking at an aerial, and
All right, well, do you
there
have
are
any more
boats.
questions of hers?
No, but
Okay.
I just want to just
Thank
bring
you.
this up. That on the aerial that I'm looking at, the dock doesn't even extend out any further than other boats that are parked right along that canal.
No, the dock, well, they're asking, but what they're asking for here is to go out another 25 feet. They're asking to go out.
No, that's not the issue.
What they're asking for is for you to waive and their ability now to get a permit for that and to extend, to have a boat. They want the boat to come out into that. Is that correct?
No.
From the crowd? Oh, you don't want to put a boat there at all? So
They want us to ratify a permit for a structure that's already in place.
my understanding is from the reading of the legal, that the reason they're asking for is for you to waive the limitations for them not having a structure on there, which would not allow them to get a permit at
Yes,
all.
we understand that.
That's just a clear.
But that's different than what you just said. You just said that they want to extend something out 25 feet more than what they have, and that's not what
Well,
the
that
issue
was,
is.
I understand, a secondary request after they get the permit that they were hoping they would get. And Doug Reynolds, who handled this for the Adjustment Board, in the research I did and read the transcript on this, they already adjudicated this and said, no, there's no structure.
Well, we understand that. That's why they're looking for a waiver.
Right, but then I guess after that, if they got that, they would try to go for the boat signs,
That's
et
a
cetera.
separate issue
Okay,
altogether.
but for purposes of tonight, no structure, that's the law.
Okay.
Safety issue, and we need to follow
Okay.
that.
All right.
Thank you for the time
Thank you.
tonight. Thank you for trying to keep our water safe for my
All right,
kids, too.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Just tell me what exhibit.
There being none, would someone move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Remember, Commissioner Herbst, is public hearing going to vote on?
Exhibit 1.
One.
Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Commissioner Sturman?
Are we voting on?
I'll
close public-
Just to
public
close-
hearing.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce a resolution?
Introduce.
Approving or disapproving?
Approving.
Okay.
But I also have some things to say about this.
I'm sure you
issue.
do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, right now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. First of all, it's very rare that we have backup with minutes from 2010 on a Marine Advisory Board. This has been going on for 13 years. And I'm very familiar with it because I've gone out there several times. I've looked because I've heard from both sides. I just want to say that, you know, as a commission, I have seen waivers come in front of us that I have not supported that have really been egregious into the waterways. And I've seen so many cases that have come before us that don't even compare to this. I was listening to the city attorney, and I know that we have to just decide on that issue in front of us. And when I read through the Marine Advisory Board's 9-3 decision, they too went through all of that. I wanted to ask Mr. Dunkel some questions about the Marine Advisory Board, though, because I want to make sure that I'm clear on some of the things that happened and some of the things that he said, if that's okay.
Before you do that,
Okay.
and not to interrupt the cadence of your discussion.
No problem.
But I need a motion to extend the meeting another hour. Someone please move.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Can we please call the roll?
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Dunkel, when I look at the minutes from June 1 at the Marine Advisory Board, it says that a boat can be docked on a site. A boat lift should be permitted as well if a boat can be docked at a site. Is that correct?
Who said that?
That was said by Vice Chair Harrison.
Okay, would you please repeat that again?
Yes, he noted that if a boat can be docked at a site, a boat lift should be permitted as well.
Well, that's his opinion, and that all has to be taken in context of the waiver for the lack of the principal structure. If the waiver for the lack of the principal structure is granted, then a boat can be docked at that notch with a 23 feet, 7-inch finger pier, and the board may or may not decide whether they want to go with a boat lift or not. That's up to the discretion of the board, the commission, I'm sorry.
Okay. Further down in the minutes, it says, Vice Chair Harrison characterized the question as whether or not the board agrees the boat lift could be constructed on the property if the property is one on which a boat lift is allowed. Do you concur with that?
I think my answer is the same as the previous answer. It has to be judged in the context of whether the commission is going to grant a waiver as to the lack of the principal structure.
Okay, and then it goes on to actually say that you said, Attorney Dunkel further clarified that in addition to the current unity of title, the ULDR allows for a waiver for lack of a principal upland structure with regard to the construction of docks. He felt that there's enough information before the board for them to vote on the recommendation to the city commission. Then the motion was made, and then they voted 9-3. So
Yes.
that's all correct in your
Yes, sir.
estimation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate that. So Mayor, again, this is been a very convoluted case. So many lawsuits. I don't even know exactly why things happened at the Board of Adjustment years ago the way they did. But I just, you know, if you just go and you look at this site and you stand there and you look at the canal and you look at the intercoastal, and it's hard for me to see how the neighbors that are in opposition are harmed. I'm having a really difficult time understanding how they're harmed, where I've seen cases that are so much clearer with regards to harm on the waterways, and yet we've approved those. And here I'm having a real difficulty seeing how anyone is harmed or being, we heard the word interfered with. I don't see that interference with this notch that's cut in with the boat, and so therefore I do believe that there are extraordinary circumstances. In my opinion, if something's going on for 13 years, that's extraordinary in and of itself. But I just think that I think that we have to use common sense in this case, and I just think that I'm going to concur. I typically do take the advice of our advisory board. I respect the Marine Advisory Board's decision. They go through things very, very well, and I have to just concur with them in most instances, and in this case I do. A 9-3 vote is pretty strong. Bless you. So I'm going to say that I believe that we should actually grant this waiver.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have introduced a resolution approving it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Could I ask?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. I have a few questions. While I'm asking, could I have at least two of the Taylors come down, Doc Taylor and Attorney Taylor? I'm going to ask a couple questions of you two guys. I don't know if D. Wayne or who could answer this, or maybe the city manager. I mean, my head is spinning a little bit about this. What exactly is on that? Do they have the lift and they have the pilings on there right now? Would that be marine advised? Would that be maybe Phil would know, or what's on there?
Let Mr. Dunkel answer those questions.
Right, Mr. Dunkel, please. That'd be great. That's a very good suggestion. What is on that property right now?
I can't answer that question, but if the commission grants the waiver for lack of a principal structure, that cures some of the violations that other people have talked about.
But he wants to know what is
what's
there
there
now?
right now?
I have to defer to Mr. Morgan on exactly what's on there.
Okay.
No lift.
The boat lift was dismantled. It's in the garage. Pieces are in the garage.
So the question is, what's there now?
Yeah, well, the two finger piers are still there as permitted originally and constructed.
Okay,
And
so there's two piers, but no boat lift.
there's a boat there, yes.
No,
It's
boat lift.
Yeah, yeah. The boat lift, the part of it is still there, but it's not unusable because it was dismantled.
All right, so
It can easily be
Walter,
reinstalled.
Walter, let's just stick to the question. It's confusing me, and I know the answer.
Okay.
What's there now are two finger piers, correct?
Yes, and part of a boat lift, it's all under the water.
Okay.
Okay, fine. That's enough. That's fine.
Unusable.
Okay. I have enough that I need to know. Number two, how far out do those two piers go?
23 feet, 7 inches.
Okay, how far are they allowed to go?
They can
25
go-
feet.
Okay.
25.
If you take the waiver for lack of a principal structure out, if you wanted to put a finger pier out that extended more than 25 feet, that would require a separate waiver. This is under 25 feet, so it wouldn't require a separate waiver as to the length of the dock, the finger pier, but it does require the waiver as to the lack of the principal structure.
So, wait a minute. You guys need to just answer the question because it's very confusing. I understand what you're saying, but the way you're responding to the commissioner's question is very confusing. We're not he's just asked what is the extent to which a dock can be built out into the waterway, and all you had to
25
say is 25 feet. That's the end of the question.
Okay, so the person on,
Thank you, Coach.
okay. It's late. Okay, we'll give you a pass on that one. Okay, so the properties on, I guess, to the north and south, both are allowed to have piers up to 25 feet.
Correct.
And that
Yes, sir.
property does have piers that are within that 25 feet.
To the
Okay.
best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, can I have the two Taylors up, if I can? Okay. Now, I want you to relax. There's no clock, so you don't have to panic. I'll start with...
I have you on the clock.
Have me on the clock. I'm not, like, compared to the other four, give me a break. Okay, I'll start with Dr. Taylor. You're a captain, okay? What is your concern that they're going to have, it's going to go further out into the canal, or what's your concern about navigability, or what's your issue?
Yes, with all due respect to Commissioner Glassman, who has visited the site,
Right.
I traverse that canal with my boat several times a week, and I always have to pay particular attention to it. You're talking about a residential canal and a finger pier that sticks out like a marina. So I have a 100-foot lot, not a 25-foot lot. It would be analogous to me taking 4 boats and stacking them perpendicular into the canal. It's ridiculous. It's not something people are typically seeing there.
So your concern
because
is
they're-
that, your
they're-
concern is that a boat parked there would have to park perpendicular, not
Well,
parallel?
It does have, if
Right.
they put a boat within their 25 feet and park parallel, like, let's say they got a 13-foot boat, they'd be fine. No one would be complaining on a dock there, okay? But they have finger piers sticking out into the canal.
But if there was
okay?
a,
And I've been-
if there was a quarter-acre lot there that was pertinent to these piers, there would be no issue here, would there be?
If there were what?
If there was a normal-sized lot that was pertinent to these 2 finger piers, that person who owned that normal-sized lot would be able to build up to 25 feet into the waterway. Is that not correct?
I don't know, I'm not an attorney, I'm a surgeon. So I don't think,
You know,
I don't think
say
they
that because
should.
you also said you were a boat captain, so let's not play ignorant here.
I'm not-
We're trying to get
please
to the
don't.
issue. Let's just be fair.
No,
Let's just be
Dean, I
honest.
have the floor. Dean, I have the
I know
floor.
you do, but it just bothers me that we're skirting the issue. We have a very simple issue here tonight.
No, let me, okay.
But go ahead.
I have the floor, please. Can I speak to Daddy Taylor now? You suggested something. Okay. Now, I guess the issue here is perpendicular versus parallel parking. Most of them would be parallel if you speak. This particular piece, it forces perpendicular parking, and the concern that your son has is that with the perpendicular parking, it's going to stick out too far into the waterway. Is that the biggest concern?
No, I think there's a substantial misunderstanding
Right.
between what I said at first.
Yeah.
You actually discussed and solved with the prior case. I think that there's no question that the pilings will be within the allowed limit.
Right. So you alluded to something.
May
So-
I,
yeah.
I finish?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
because I'm trying to clear up a misunderstanding.
Oh, and take your time. Yeah,
Okay?
go ahead and take your
There
time.
there's an email on record where they desired to get a 50-foot boat. I suggested that if you were going to go along with this, that you put a limit on the length of the boat, because you can put a 50-foot boat in there and it'll stick out. You can put a 60-foot boat in there and it'll stick out more. What I'm saying is if you have a 100-foot boat and you park it parallel to the dock, it's okay. If you have a 100-foot boat and you put it perpendicular to the dock, that's not okay. So long as there is not a limit on the length of the boat, then, as we talked before, hope is not a strategy. We cannot sit here and hope they don't put a boat larger in that slip.
Right, that's
A
what I thought.
strategy is limit the length of the boat.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Spence, do we have the option of doing that now?
You
If we-
just discussed it in the
I know,
prior
but the other one,
case.
I mean, tying in, that's why I'm asking this. Can we put I mean, I would imagine there's no, whoever's going to be using this particular boat lift is not going to be a parking parallel, they're going to be perpendicular, but for the purpose of coming in and out. They have that extra space. Could we limit how far out a boat can go?
Yes, we can, in my opinion. And what I would suggest that you may want to consider is that the bow of that vessel will protrude no further than the 23-foot, 7-inch finger pier. I would go one step further. If you have a dock that extends more than 25 feet, there's a requirement for reflectors and so on and so forth for that. Since this is under 25, that requirement doesn't apply, but you could, through this mechanism, put that on there.
Was that discussed at the Marine Advisory at all, this option?
No.
Is that
What we're
something-
talking about now was
Correct.
not
Is that
discussed.
something- Is that something that might solve this whole problem?
That's up to the discretion of the commission.
How about for the boaters that are in there?
I can't answer there to that.
Papa Taylor?
You know, I think warnings and limit on length certainly takes the safety part out of the issue. And you have the structure part, which really is a legal question as to how much unity of title grants to the second parcel. And I think that's a legal question that should be answered by a court.
Actually, sir, that's not the question as posed by our city attorney. So that's not the issue before us.
Well, let me
So-
ask your son, Dr. Taylor. If it did not stick out more than 25 feet surrounding properties, that should solve that problem?
It sticks out 23.7 right now, and I believe it's a problem the way it is now.
Well, how's it compare to the problem?
And it's been sitting there unpermitted for many, many years, and I'm not sure why the city hasn't acted on it, but I do have to dodge it every time I come in. You have to be cognizant of it, marked it on the GPS. It's very different. It's not at the end of the canal. You have to pass it. Anybody down the canal has to pass it. Their other house is a point lot. So this 25 by 25 parcel is second in. And I don't know this family. I have nothing against them, but I can't believe that this is there to begin with. When it showed up, I couldn't believe it, but I would have opposed it then, but I never got notice, and I've been living there since 2000.
But if there are houses on either side, north and south, that do go out 25 feet, if the boat length itself was not any further than the pier, would that still be a problem?
Like I said, I think it's a problem right now.
Okay.
In my opinion, it's a problem right now.
Okay.
You can't find another boat basin driving up and down the New River, up and down the canals that has a finger pier coming out from it. You could find a few boat basins, but they were grandfathered in for many, many, many years. Okay, this is a boat basin that was somehow erroneously permitted recently, and then they revoked the permit, and for some reason, the city hasn't acted on it.
Can you bring up Exhibit 1 on the screen? I want to speak to your point, Commissioner.
My point?
I want to speak to your point.
Okay.
I want them to bring up Exhibit 1, Slide 2.
Mr. Mayor.
Wait, before you go there.
Okay.
Let's bring up Exhibit 1, Slide 2. Can we put that on the screen? Just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. Okay, thank you.
No, that tells you what the exhibits are.
Talk about this photo here.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that Exhibit 1?
No.
It's not Exhibit 1.
Oh, that's the agenda.
You have to click on Exhibit 1. Keep going, keep going.
Down. Please go down.
Down, down, down. There. Click.
That's not it.
What happened?
Okay,
Second
next,
page.
second page.
That's it.
There we go. There.
Okay, so this is the aerial view of the dock in question. Now, is this the waterway that you say is impassable because of this protrusion into the canal? Who'd like to speak to that? Who is against this item that would like to speak to this issue? Okay, so it's not that impassable then. Come on up. Come on up. You're the one that said that they had such difficulty navigating this pathway. So tell me, what about this pathway that makes it impassable based on the structure as we now see it?
And I think council might want to, join in on this since he's the attorney for the family.
Just give me just tell me.
I can't speak to the navigability.
Okay, who can speak to the who has opposed this item tonight based on the navigability of the waterway? I just want to understand this.
Your Honor, what I spoke to specifically was the boats that were trying to get in and out of their homes and their docks. As you see the boat that's just north of this unpermitted structure there? That, to come out of there, that is what, trying to get in and out of there from both of those sides. Yes. Again, there's no structure there, and it is unpermitted sitting there. And
you don't have to go into,
Okay.
you don't have to keep trying to color your argument with all those extra comments. I just asked one question.
I'm not coloring, Your Honor.
Yes, you
and
are. You keep saying the word unpermitted. We get it, okay? I just want to know, you're the one that said it was so impossible to navigate this waterway because of the existing dock that's been built there. Is this what you're telling me is unnavigable?
We're trying to wrap our brain around how there's no permit for this, and we're here
that's not the
actually.
issue tonight, ma'am. You are an attorney, so let's stick to the issue, okay?
The issue is, yes,
The
the
issue
law.
is whether or not we should grant a waiver because there's because of the upland because the upland lot is not considered the sort I'm thinking of is not was Mr. Spence, help me out here, because the upland property
Does not have a principal structure.
doesn't have a principal structure.
Right.
Okay.
That's the issue, and whether
That's
there's
the only
extraordinary.
issue tonight.
Well, whether there's extraordinary circumstances, from my understanding of the law, on why they would ever be able to even request to have this
Right,
waiver.
but you raised the issue of your inability to navigate this waterway. And
I
I
did
want
not
you to
say
tell me
that. I said it was
where
not
is it-
safe.
Where in this picture, if this is a false picture, tell me, but I'm looking at a picture that was taken by staff that has an aerial view of the pathway. I want you to tell me why that's unnavigable.
It is, I didn't say unnavigable, I said it's unsafe for the boat coming in and out. We were on the boat coming into that.
Why is it unsafe? Tell me.
Because you cannot get around that easily. First of all, there's no lights on it.
You can't get around that?
The boat that was coming into dock, for the people who live in both of those homes there, they are not easily able to get around that to dock their boat and to pull out. There's also no light fixtures on it, because it has no actual functionality there.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Okay.
As to navigable, I'll defer to the boater. Usually have somebody who's captaining.
Mayor, what length boat is there now? Do we know?
What kind of boat?
Length.
It's no greater than the length.
I know, but what is it, 20-something feet?
Not even.
I think at the Marine Advisory Board, they said it was either 33 or 34, but I will defer to
Oh,
them.
because it goes into the land, so.
Yes.
But it doesn't protrude more than the length of the dock.
Right.
So there's a difference between unnavigable, which the mayor said, and unsafe, which is what we said.
Okay, tell me why this is
Let me
unsafe.
finish, please.
Yeah.
It's unsafe because you have a rigid object sticking out into the canal. It's unsafe because if they take that boat and they then put a lift in there as well, and they don't put the boat back up on the lift, you then have a 33, 34-foot boat, or bigger if they decide to get one, sitting on a finger pier perpendicular to the canal.
Let me ask
Now,
you
can I get around that? Absolutely.
Right.
I haven't hit it. I've lived there a long time. But you know what? Accidents do happen, and I happen to live there. Other people that live in Fort Lauderdale or come down here and visit rent boats, and no one's hit it yet, but there's a good chance that it's going to happen. You see children here, they hit things. There are kids out there boating. There are visitors out there boating. The problem is, look at the whole rest of the canal.
I'm looking at the canal right now.
Yeah.
And if a boat was docked up parallel to the face of the seawall to the north here, all right, would you be able to get around that?
If a boat was
Let's say a boat was docked, say that's about 25 feet wide, right there, north of the
Yes.
site. How would that be any different than this 25-foot intrusion into the waterway by the finger pier?
Very little, unless they leave their boat tied up to their finger pier,
That's what I'm saying.
as you saw in the item before this.
Right,
Okay?
so if there's a boat
if they
there-
if they put a lift in and they don't put their boat up on that lift,
Right.
it's going to stick out there. And you may talk about violations and us calling Marine Patrol. This has been there now for years, and the city hasn't acted on it. So it's unlikely that we are going to get the Marine Patrol or anybody else to act
Well,
on
because
that.
it's been in litigation. And the other thing is, if all these years this has been there and there's been no accidents and no one has ever said that they felt their safety was impaired, I don't understand why all of a sudden you feel the safety is going to be impaired when this has been here for 10 years already.
I felt it's been impaired the entire time. I wasn't noticed on it the first time, and this time we happened to get noticed on it, and it's bothered me the entire time, which is why I took time out from work to go to the Marine Advisory Board. And I think there were some misrepresentations there, which is why the vote was what it was, and it's why I sat here for several hours tonight. I'm not here because I dislike those people. I never met them before.
Okay.
I'm here because I don't think this is safe, and I don't think it's right for our neighborhood or our canal when there isn't anything else like this, not only in our canal, in all of the others around there. There is no structure there. There are other issues. There's no structure there, so someone could drive down that street into the water. Now, that has never happened yet either, but it could. There are reasons that there are laws. You guys made them. And since there are laws, and this has been litigated and adjudicated, my belief is that it should be followed rather than wasting more of the citizens' time, the taxpayers' time, and the taxpayers' money.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
And Mayor, just to address your question before about the navigability, the issue that makes it difficult for navigability for the north landowner is also because the pier has zero setback, which would have been required for anyone else. It goes up to the end of the property line, which also makes, as the evidence that the commission has received, more difficult than it would be. And also in the picture, you'll see that there's only one finger pier. What's before the commission is to add a second one for the same length, which would, it is for two finger piers. It's the application, it's not me. But thank you for your time.
Okay.
Mayor, I think maybe we can discuss what Mr. Dunkel said we'd be able to do in terms of some sort of limit on the protrusion of the boat or even the size of the boat. I mean, like we did in the previous case, if that's something that we feel would add to the.
Well, if you want to add to your resolution that.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Morgan, though, in terms of what his client is anticipating or what would find acceptable for us to come to a resolution on this. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
For the record, I'd like to correct a misstatement I made.
Okay.
I referenced having the bow protrude no farther than 23.7. If you look at the picture, it's the stern. So whichever way you want to do it, the boat should not be able to protrude any farther than 23.7 if that's what the commission has in mind.
Right. In other words, it doesn't matter whether it's the bow or the stern. Mr. Morgan, how do you feel about that?
I think that I want to correct the fact that we're doing it as they exist. One pier as 23.7, the other pier is not going any further than the 10 feet 8 existing.
Oh.
It's not getting extended any further than they are today.
Okay, so that's
Either.
good. Okay, that's great. But what do you feel about what we're talking about now in terms of the protrusion? No more than that 23.7, like Mr. Dunkel just said.
I think you can call it 23.7. I think, to me, it would be wise to just say 25 because you got outboard engines, that are
understand.
extending beyond the bow of the stern of the boat.
And would you be willing to also consider? Well, then, if we hit 25, then we are talking about the lights and the reflection. Right?
I think that's not a problem putting reflections on the
Okay. Well, then,
dock,
Mayor, I would like to amend my resolution to still approving the waiver, but then adding the language that Mr. Dunkel just said in terms of protruding. I will go 25 feet into the waterway, and then with the addition of those safety reflectors, lighting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a really good compromise.
All right, we've closed public hearing. A resolution has been introduced. Does anyone on the commission have any other comments or questions they'd like to make? There being none, please call the roll.
All right, so this is as amended.
As amended.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations and from the limitations of waiver to allow a mooring structure to be installed without principal building on the adjacent pertinent lot pursuant to Section 47-19.3C to permit Philip G. Mavon Jr. and Alma Jean Mavon installation of a low-profile boat lift and 2 finger piers extending a maximum distance of 23 feet 7 inches plus or minus from the property line of the 25-foot by 25-foot boat notch into the waters of the Rio Coral Waterway, such property being associated with the principal building at 831 Solar Isle Drive, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Could you repeat that? No. No.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the item's approved. PH3, quasi-judicial, is a public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 900-910 Northeast 18th Avenue for the installation of 1 dock extension and 4 mooring piles extending to a maximum of 68.7 feet, plus or minus, into the waters of Middle River. We have one person, two people sign up to speak. Catherine, I can't, is it Moyer or Maver? And Gina Robbins.
Mayor, I believe we have to do disclosures as well for this one.
It doesn't say it, Harry, on the agenda.
And we apologize.
So you want
Inadvertently
disclosures?
left out on this one and the next.
So you want disclosures on all of these?
Yes, all of the quasi-judicial.
All the public hearings?
public hearings, please.
Okay. So Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures on this? None. Vice Mayor?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
None for Commissioner Sturman?
None.
Okay. All right. Catherine? You're not Catherine.
Good evening. I am Catherine Moyer, and I'm here to answer any questions on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. How about Gina Robbins? You're both here for the applicant? Okay. All right. Is anyone wish to speak on this item? Do I hear a motion to close public hearing? Do I hear a second? Second?
Second.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Who owns this property? Let's see. F&B Waterfront LLC. This doesn't sound like a primary residence. Sounds like it's going to be used for commercial purposes. Commissioner Glassman, what do you have to say about that?
Well, you know, I actually had no input on this from anyone at all. In fact, I was talking about that today. I was just surprised. I have not heard from anyone on this issue.
Well, that may be true, but I have a problem with this because we're not looking to set up a commercial nautical business on 20th Avenue, and F&B Waterfront LLC doesn't sound to me like someone's living in the house. It sounds like someone is just buying the property to have the dock and to go an extra 43 feet into the waterway. We approved these things when someone were living there, but this is clearly going to be for commercial purposes. Someone from the Marine Advisory Board want to talk? Oh, Andrew.
This passed 12-0 at the Marine Advisory Board.
Well, you know what?
Yes.
That's consistent with all the other times that they've
Not
these
always.
things.
Not always.
Andrew, tell us what's going on.
I just want to point out the zoning at this location is B1, which is a business zoning as opposed to a residential zoning.
This particular lot is B1?
Half of that street is,
Oh,
is
okay.
B1.
All right. So thank you. That helps. All right.
Yeah, and Mayor, there were actually letters of support from the neighbors on this issue when it went to Marine Advisory Board.
There were? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
To the north and south.
Thank you for correcting me. All right. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
And is that for approval?
Yes.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida pursuant to Section 47-19.3 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations upon a finding of extraordinary circumstances granting a waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C to permit the applicant F&B Waterfront LLC, a Florida limited liability company, to permit installation of one dock extension and 4 mooring piles at distance set forth below from the applicant's property line into the adjacent waters off the Middle River, such property being located at 900-910 Northeast 20th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of the resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
I'm sorry, I have a question. How many letters were received from the homeowners or the neighbors in the area? Do we have a number for that?
I don't, hold on a second. I apologize. I just had that. I don't think the minutes actually said how many. It just said that they had, sorry. It just said that they had letters from the neighbors. Hold on, I'll quote you. Letters of support from adjacent neighbors to the north and south, as well as additional letters from surrounding properties. That's all that said with regards to the letters. Then it says several existing waivers have been approved in the surrounding area, ranging from 40 feet to 125 feet. This requested extension would reach at a maximum 68.7 feet.
All right, thank you for that information.
Sure.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Trentalles?
Yes. And so that resolution is approved. Moving on to PH4, a public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at Water's Edge condominium at 321 North Birch Road. I have 2 people signed up to speak, but you're just here on behalf of the applicants? Except Steve Tilbrook, you're here. You're here on behalf of the applicant? Yes. Okay. Anyone else signed up to speak?
Mayor, I just need a little clarification before we vote on this. I just wanted to find out from Mr. Cuba about the request that there is a removal of the finger pier prior to submission of the application to the City Commission. Has that happened?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Tilbrook, is there anything you want to say?
Since it's a late hour, Steve Tilbrook with Ackerman. I'll be very brief. This site's been to you for 2 prior waivers, and this waiver will be to remove 2 existing finger piers and an existing boat lift and replace it with lower profile floating docks that are safer for the applicants to access their boats. There's significant record of justifications of extraordinary circumstances. I can go over those. We have a full presentation, but we're just going to wait for you to tell us whether you think that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, someone please move to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed on PH 4. Would someone like to introduce the resolution
Introduced.
for approval?
Yes, sir.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, granting upon finding of exceptional circumstances, a waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C to permit the four applicants, Lee J. Engler, Qualified Personal Residence Trust, and Patty A. Engler, a trustee of the Patty A. Engler Qualified Personnel Residence Trust, owning unit PH03 Slip 4, Water's Edge, a condominium located at 321 North Birch Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33304. Brenda LaPointe, owning unit 901 Slip 3, Water's Edge, a condominium located at 321 North Birch Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33304. Robert J. Berard and Mary K. Berard, husband and wife, owning PH01 Slip 2, Water's Edge, a condominium located at 321 North Birch Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33304. Robert Verdon and Lisa D. Verdon, husband and wife, owning unit 803 Slip 1, Water's Edge, a condominium located at 321 North Birch Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33304. Installation of two 50.3 feet plus or minus by 8.7 feet plus or minus wave attenuating breakwater floating docks extending a maximum of 57 feet plus or minus from the property line into the adjacent waters of intercoastal waterways, such being located at Water's Edge, a condominium located at 321 North Birch Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH 4 is now approved. PH 5, public hearing quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from residential mid-rise multifamily medium-high density district to the community facility district. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures? Vice Mayor?
No.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
No.
And Commissioner Sturman?
None.
I have Mr. Kilbrook, who has signed up to speak, but probably just for questions. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none.
We also have Tom Lavera with Holy Cross Hospital, who's available to answer questions as well.
Okay. Has he been sworn in? No. Okay. Well, we won't ask you any questions.
Okay.
So, someone please move to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed on PH 5. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale, and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from residential multifamily mid-rise medium high density district to community facility district, all of lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, block 12, Coral Hills, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 37, page 20 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of Northeast 46th Street, west of Northeast 20th Avenue, east of Northeast 18th Terrace, and south of Northeast 47th Street, all said lands being the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH 5 ordinance is now approved. Thank you, Mr. Tilbrook. OFR 1, first reading, an ordinance repealing section 28-172, meter for temporary use. Courtney Crush is here to speak. Oh, no, you're on OSR 1. I'm sorry. Ordinance on first reading. Anyone else wish to speak on this? There being nobody, any questions from the commission? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 28 Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater of Article 3 Municipal Water Supply System, Division 3 Water Meters of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida by repealing Section 28-172, meter for temporary use in its entirety, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and OFR 1 is now approved on first reading. OFR 2, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 11, Code Enforcement, jurisdiction of Board and Special Magistrate, to establish a lien amnesty program and to provide for temporary suspension of Section 11-3C during periods of lien amnesty. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 11, Code Enforcement, Article 2, Code Enforcement Board, Special Magistrate Procedures, Section 11-3, Jurisdiction of Board and Special Magistrate of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to establish a lien amnesty program and to establish the authority of the Special Magistrate to ratify fines and liens reduced as a result of lien amnesty and to provide for temporary suspension of Section 11-3C during periods of lien amnesty and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and OFR 2 is approved on first reading. OSR 1, second reading, an ordinance to amend City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations to include an option to designate thematic historic districts and to amend the existing historic preservation criteria and procedures. This is on second reading. Courtney Crush, you've signed up to speak. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Courtney Crush, again, on behalf of the proposed ordinance, specifically with respect to the proposed thematic districts. In reading the ordinance, the proposed definition of a thematic district, which can be any property or a minimum of 2, citywide, that share architectural characteristics or aesthetics, without any additional language as to why such might be extraordinary or worthy. And the commission has been discussing things that extraordinary as a standard, I think was not the intent of the Historic Preservation Board when it initiated this initiative and asked the commission to look at it. In review, the Historic Preservation Board did not take public comment. The Planning and Zoning Board, in consideration, and the minutes are in your backup, noted unanimously that the language as drafted could lead to overreach, what needed, could have unintended consequences on buildings without having better standards, just sharing architectural characteristics anywhere in the city. I think that we as a city can do better. Knowing that properties adjacent to a building that, again, could be at any location in the city as part of a district, typically, and Ms. Logan indicated to the board, a neighboring building would go to HPB for review and comment because it is next to a building that might share architectural characteristics and might not be worthy of designation. The fact that the city has initiated architectural resource surveys is phenomenal. Ms. Logan did note, if I may have 30 seconds, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Ms. Logan did comment to the Planning and Zoning Board the first time it considered it, that it had initiated these surveys where properties, hundreds of them, have been identified as contributing to a potential district. She gave the example of Croissant Park. I don't know, again, that is the Historic Preservation Board or the City Commission's thought that these surveys have laid a groundwork without additional community and city commission input. And I think that this ordinance, as it would go forward, could lead a not-for-profit or someone else to initiate an application with the standards as drafted, could actually proceed forward. I did look at the other jurisdictions Ms. Logan noted in the staff report, the city of Coral Gables, city of Miami, who don't allow Miami there to be what they call multiple building districts citywide. They have identified, the commission has identified certain areas where they might find that appropriate, also noting that that city has transfer of development rights. The city of Philadelphia, which did designate the Andrew Carnegie-funded libraries, noting that they were done by very qualified architects, the city owned all those buildings, so it was the applicant when it did it. And again, Mr. Marcus, when he presented this to the HPB initially, was looking at non-contiguous buildings by a singular architect, Mr. McKirahan, who has had volumes of work written about him. As drafted, this spreads well beyond, and as I said the last time, I think requires further input and perhaps further discussions with the Historic Preservation Board. I do want to note also this draft ordinance, currently a historic district does not have to have contiguous properties. The draft in front of you changes the definition of historic district to require it to be contiguous and then creates thematic, which can be, again, anywhere in the city. And I would strongly urge the commission to ask staff or HPB for some additional descriptive language as to what is architecturally worthy and significant, what sort of aesthetics and how many might need to exist in the building before it would adopt this on second reading. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, is Trish here or, no, she's not here. Chris is here. And thank you, Courtney, for that. I just take exception to it. We fleshed a lot of this out on our first reading when we did approve this. I think that the key word here is it's the option to designate. Again, nothing is set in stone. No one is being forced to do anything, but it does give another tool in the toolbox in terms of that option. It was mentioned about anyone that could just apply and do this around the city, but remember, we have tightened up as a commission. You know, our historic preservation ordinance not that long ago allowed anybody in the city to file an application on a property, for a property designation or a district. We've eliminated that. We've tightened it up, and it cannot be just anybody in the city now. It has to be the property owner, or it has to be an organization that's involved in that work, or it has to be the city itself. So I'm not that worried about that. That was just brought up. But again, much of what was just said, we heard all of that the first time. We fleshed it out. Trish addressed that. And again, this is merely just adding another tool to the toolbox. It's an option to create a thematic district, no matter where that is in the city, whatever district, or maybe even across districts. So again, a lot of the concerns that I heard from Ms. Crush would be brought to light if an application was ever filed. That's when those objections would be filed, and then it would be up to the Historic Preservation Board. I might add, again, because this is a district, this is not just Historic Preservation Board and Commission, this is Historic Preservation Board, Planning and Zoning, and Commission. So there is that extra added layer of vetting this in the public, and it's also a very difficult threshold to go through all three of those, HPB, Planning and Zoning, and Commission. So I just would take exception to what we just heard. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, just for clarity, I think the Historic Preservation Board voted in favor of it, but I mean, the way it was, it's a little confusing. It looks like P&Z voted against it. It was a no vote, but a no vote to, it was a double negative. A yes vote to deny, which was a no vote, correct? And that was a 12, that was 9-0.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments?
Just for clarification, so the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously not to support thematic districts, is that correct?
So Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services. The Planning and Zoning Board's role in this process is to review the policy and determine if it's consistent with our comprehensive plan.
Right.
So in this case, there were a lot of comments and conversation about the worthiness and the need for this type of ordinance. But at the end of the day, staff made a case that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan. So essentially what the Planning and Zoning Board's no vote was saying that it was not consistent with our comprehensive plan.
Okay, but again, that was unanimous, right?
It was unanimous.
Okay.
Yes, and it was unanimous in favor at the Historic Preservation Board, correct?
I don't recall the vote.
5-0. Yeah. So and they did understand why it complied with the comprehensive plan, the comp plan.
So they're a recommending body on that code. That's not really their role in this case. The P&Z is your local planning agency, so that's their role. The Historic Preservation Board's a recommending body to you as a commission to recommend whether or not that ordinance is worthwhile.
Right. And when I read through the minutes of the planning and zoning, there seemed to be some confusion about exactly what the role was in terms of how they were going to deal with the issue. There was a lot of what I was reading, at least. I mean, you were there, I was not there. Although I did watch it later, there just seemed to be confusion.
There was a lot of conversation about the need for it, whether or not we already had tools that could achieve something similar or the same by designating things individually as landmarks. But that was primarily the conversation at P&Z.
Thank you, Chris.
So Chris, if you've got a property that falls within this thematic district, right, and somebody goes to, one of these not-for-profits goes to designate it, what's then the process that the property owner has to go through? They have to hire an attorney and come and fight this?
We'll fight it or accept it. So, I mean,
Well, say they don't
they could
accept
go
it.
either route.
Let's just assume they don't accept it.
So the property owner's notice once the application is received, and then they're obviously noticed and made part of the process throughout, the Historic Preservation Board hearing, the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, eventually the commission.
So they
hearing.
have to defend it.
So they have to have an attorney come and show up at HPB, P&Z,
Right.
City Commission.
Whoever they choose to represent.
What does
them.
that cost?
To
To
hire-
have somebody attend all these meetings
I have
over and
no
over and
idea.
over again?
I have no idea. And it's up to them whether they hire somebody. They could.
Assume they hire somebody.
know.
Let's just start from that presumption that they're going to hire somebody. Would you say this is a burden on a property owner financially to have to defend themselves in front of these various bodies?
I don't know if it's a burden. It's a choice they'd have to make to.
Well,
whether
I
or
know
not
it's
they
a choice.
want to
So
fight.
let me ask Ms. Crush, since she does this.
Yeah.
So Courtney, if I could you give me a ballpark of what a property owner might have to face if they were to go ahead and do this?
No,
Yeah, what do you
Commissioner,
guys
I
charge?
don't think I'm able to. I would say it's not insignificant.
Order of magnitude, 10, 50,
I would say that
100?
I would say that an applicant that would perhaps be best served by hiring counsel, by hiring a professional, someone who is qualified to prepare a report, evaluating the property on the part of the property owner.
Not inexpensive, though.
It could be $20,000.
Okay, and that's all I'm looking for, is like order of magnitude here. I'm not looking for an exact
I
figure.
would think Mayor, if one is going to 3 or 4 public hearings, it would certainly exceed that.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. It strikes me as a significant financial burden on property owners, so thank you.
But if it's the property owner that's applying, that's different, right? But this is if a third party
Right.
applies.
To designate somebody else's property.
But a property owner could apply without having a thematic zone. He could apply for his own property.
Correct.
So this doesn't add anything.
Correct.
No, it doesn't. But I don't know, again, just a reminder that our city is a certified local government, right, Chris? So, I mean, when you are a certified local government and you have a certain role to play with regards to historic preservation throughout the city, is there anything that I can read about why you should factor in what someone might have to pay counsel to go to a HPB meeting, Planning and Zoning Board meeting, or a City Commission meeting? I mean, we have people come before us all the time on a variety of issues.
But if it's a legal issue or an issue of fact, and they've got to present a case to defend themselves, normally you would hire an attorney to do that.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out how that fits into our role as a certified local government.
No,
That's
what
all.
John is saying is that if we establish this law and this new procedure for creating thematic historic districts, and somebody's property is tagged by an outside group, let's say the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation, and they say, we want this to be historic, the person who owns that property, if they don't want that to be deemed historic,
Right.
has to now go through the various levels to defend it and to try to defeat it.
Right, but that happens, Mayor, that happens anyway, and that happens even if there's a single building that's being designated or an application for designation. That happens, that's just the system. I mean, we don't control that. We don't make decisions on, I think, what policy should be based on someone might have to come here and defend a position. We just saw cases tonight where people had attorneys and they had to defend a position one way or the other. That happens in the natural course of business that we see all the time.
So-
in front of
so-
the
but the
Well, but I do think I do think we ought to consider the economic impact of ordinances that we are going to be creating. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask how this is going to financially burden the people that are going to be impacted by the ordinance. To your point, we already meet every requirement that we need to meet. We don't need to add additional burdens. And as Ms. Crush pointed out, it's not only just the property owner, it is the property owners adjacent to this that now also have to go to HPB anytime they want to do something with their house because they happen to be next to an historic property.
Well, that would just be for comment and review. But again, I think it all just boils down to what you think about historic preservation and then that balance with property rights. And I think we always have to strive for that balance. But I don't think that, again, this is not forcing a thematic district on anyone. This is just creating an option to designate a thematic historic district and adding that to the toolbox of what we have in terms of historic designations and historic preservations. It's not forcing anything on anyone. Again, it's just creating that option to say, hey, we might decide that we want to create a district for, as Ms. Crush said, McKirahan buildings, or Francis Abreu buildings, or buildings of a certain architecture, or, we've even had that discussion earlier today when we were talking about the Sistrunk benefits in the CRA. There are tools that if you did have something like this, you would be able to access grants, you would be able to access other resources. So it's not really just one-sided. And
how do we protect the property owner?
Well, no. The Supreme Court has already ruled on the issue of property rights and historic preservation. The United States Supreme Court has already ruled on that. That's case law.
Well, my drawback with it, it is the possible burden to a property owner. Of course, I represent District 3 and thinking about those neighbors, those individuals who own property that may not have resources, funding to defend their property. So that's the way I'm looking at this, because it opens a door where now a nonprofit has deemed my property as historic, and that's not what I want to be a part of. And I have to defend it at the tune of how many thousands of dollars. So that's the way I'm looking at it.
I understand. So, Vice Mayor, if I may, if I could just ask you why you voted yes on the first reading for this issue?
When I voted yes the first time, I didn't have as much information as I have now. So with the new information, I am changing my vote tonight.
Okay.
So when you say it's an option that is decided ultimately by the commission, not by the property owner.
Right. It's not an option for the property owner.
So, Mayor, if I may, this process already exists today for our other designation processes, whether it's
Right.
for a historic district or an individual landmark. The only ones that can apply for any of these things, whether it's a thematic district, a regular historic district, or an individual landmark, are the property owner, or if it's multiple properties, the property owners of all those properties, the city commission, the historic preservation board, a simple majority of those within the district in favor of forming a district, or a nonprofit that has a demonstrated history and work in historic preservation. So.
So the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation.
So there's not many of those organizations.
Does it
here in
even
Fort
have to be,
Lauderdale.
though, a nonprofit that's located here locally? Can it be an out-of-state nonprofit? Can it be a nonprofit anywhere in the country that's involved in historic preservation? Any 501c3 that does historic preservation. So I could have somebody coming in from out of state that wants to do this.
Before you answer that, I need a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
How about 5 minutes?
Well, if we shorten our comments, you could do it in 3
Okay, 30
minutes.
minutes, yes.
Stop asking intelligent questions.
Second.
Second, okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay, extend it to 11:30.
Okay, so to answer that question, the nonprofit must be registered with the Florida Division of Corporations for a period of 5 years and maintain a recognized interest in preservation for at least 5 years preceding the resolution. But it does not stipulate in that section that it's a local Fort Lauderdale or Broward County nonprofit.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, if you could tell me also, with regards to this option of a thematic district, what's the percentage, or is there a number of properties within that district that would have to actually have to say yes, that we want to go forward with this application?
It's a simple majority.
So let's say there's like 10 properties identified in the district, 6 of them would have to say yes, and if 6 don't, then it can't go forward.
Well, that application could not be filed, but there's others that could file that application. So it's not, that vote doesn't take place, for instance, if the commission initiates the designation or that nonprofit initiates.
So that's
the
only if it's
designation.
initiated by the actual
Right.
properties themselves.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So can we approve this by taking out the nonprofit applicant aspect to it? And just let it be the property owner?
I could support that.
For just thematic
You can
districts.
amend it on second reading,
Yeah.
yes.
Let's just take this in baby steps. And let's just do it that way. Let's just take out, who introduced the ordinance? Commissioner Glassman. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Can I just hear that exactly again? I'm sorry.
Allow this ordinance to go forward, but take out the nonprofit entity being able to apply for this, and just let the property owner apply for this.
Are you also removing the city from that equation as well? Or just the nonprofit?
Just the nonprofit.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So the question I have for staff, it appears that this section also deals with other application processes.
It does.
So your intent is for us to draft language that specifically exempts historic thematic districts from this requirement, not to completely remove it from its application to other historic designation processes.
Right, but the applicant cannot be a nonprofit.
Would that also cover HPB, though? See, when I say that, when I hear the city, it should be the city commission, not one of our advisory boards, as far as
Right.
I'm concerned. To me, I categorize that like the
It
not-for-profits.
has to be a commission,
Right, okay,
a commission
so as long as we're
initiative.
saying city
A commission initiative, that's what I was thinking too.
Well, question, could the city commission designate a property the same way?
Yeah.
So without having a thematic?
Right, so
We
the
don't need a
section
thematic,
deals with historic designations generally, and there are 5 types of applicants that can apply. So you have HPB, you have the city commission, you have the property owner, you have a simple majority of real property owners located within the boundaries of a historic district, and then the corporate nonprofit that you're looking to strike. And so for clarification, we're striking the nonprofit with only
the thematic. Correct.
So we'll insert an exemption for that. Okay. And you want to, for
Only for
thematic as well?
only for thematic.
Only for
Right, only for thematic.
Okay, so that would be the subsection A and E. We're exempting from the historic thematic district.
Okay. And that amendment is accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Let's call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 47-24.11 entitled Historic Designation of Landmarks, Landmark Site or Buildings, and Certificate of Appropriateness of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations to add the ability to designate thematic historic district, provide definitions, and add regulations regarding demolition, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Still a no.
Commissioner Herbst?
No.
Commissioner
You
Glassman?
said you could support it.
I know, yes, yes. He
Well,
could support it, but he's not
now
going
that I
to.
heard Warren, I'm like, I don't know, he's making me rethink my position.
Oh,
Well, I haven't changed.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
I'm still on my no.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay. All right, so the OSR 1 second reading failed to be approved, so that item has fallen.
So can I just ask Chris, you heard some of the issues tonight. Is there a way that staff can go back? I mean, we passed it on first reading. We don't pass it on second reading, even with the amendment that people said they liked, but they didn't really like it. So then help me understand, are you able to still try to figure out a path to this? Because I still do think it is a good tool to have in the toolbox.
Yeah, so we kind of start back at square one. We'd have to go back and retool the ordinance to something that might be a little more palatable. We'd have to go back to HPB for a recommendation and back to Planning and Zoning Board before coming back to the commission.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay. Okay, moving on to the budget items. You want to take a break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Well, we've been meeting for 12 hours. We should be able to run through this fairly quickly. Well, I'll bite my tongue. Okay, the city commission meeting will resume. We have budget items are the last part of the meeting tonight, and except for the walk-on. So we'll start with the budget one, resolution setting the fiscal year 2024 proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the city of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and acknowledging the receipt of the city manager's budget message and proposed budget. Someone like to introduce the resolution? Any questions? Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, acknowledging receipt of the city manager's budget message, estimates, and recommendations, together with the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024, setting the proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and authorizing the city manager to compute the rolled back rate and execute all appropriate instruments in order to advise the Broward County property appraiser of the proposed millage rates and rolled back rate. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget one is now approved. Budget two, motion setting the public hearing dates to consider the proposed fiscal year 2024 millage rate and the budget for the city of Fort Lauderdale and Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District. Someone like to move the item? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget two is now approved. Budget three, motion setting the proposed fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment rate and public hearing date for the Lauderdale Isles Water Management District tentative budget. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget three, motion establishing a public hearing date for the proposed fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment nuisance abatement. Someone like to move the item? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget four is now approved. Budget five, preliminary rate resolution for the fire assessment, establishing the estimated fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing on September 13th, 2023. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of fire services, facilities, and programs in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget five is now approved. Budget six, a preliminary rate resolution for the beach business improvement assessment, establishing the estimated fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing on September 13th, 2024. Someone
Great.
like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of beach business improvement services in certain portions of the beach area located within the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, more specifically described herein, establishing the estimated assessment rate for the beach business improvement assessment for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for rescission of conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and budget six is now approved. Budget seven, a preliminary rate resolution for the fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment for utility undergrounding and authorizing a public hearing on September 13th, 2023. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of the underground utility line facilities in the Los Alamos neighborhood, imposing underground utility line assessments against assessed property located in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof and providing an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 7 is now approved. Budget 8, a preliminary annual assessment resolution for the stormwater assessment, initiating the process for imposing the fiscal year 2024 non-ad valorem assessment and authorizing a public hearing on September 13th, 2023. It's going to be a busy day, this September 13th. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, initiating the process of reimposition of the Stormwater Management Services Assessment in the City of Fort Lauderdale for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for rescission of conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 8 is now approved. We now have our resolution number 23. This is to change the scheduled August 15th, 2023 conference and regular meetings of the City Commission of Fort Lauderdale to be rescheduled to August 22nd, 2023, commencing at 1:30 p.m. And then all motions shall be heard commencing 6 p.m. on that same day. Someone like to introduce a resolution? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, rescheduling the August 15, 2023 conference and regular meetings of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida to August 22nd, 2023, and providing for publication, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, do we have any additional business?
No, sir.
Mr. City Manager? Anything further from the commission? There being none, meeting is adjourned. Have a happy holiday.